Every disturbance you feel, every wave of anxiety, frustration, or quiet anger begins long before the world touches you. It begins in the space between what happens and what you tell yourself about it. The event is brief. The judgment is what stays. It replays. It tightens. It steals your peace while you believe the problem lives outside of you. You were never taught this. You were taught to react, to defend, to label moments as good or bad, fair or unfair, success or failure. You learn to wrestle with life instead of observing it, and so the mind stays tense, alert, always bracing for the next thing that might go wrong, not because life is cruel, but because your judgments never rest. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that the mind is not disturbed by events, but by the meaning we attach to them. That peace does not come from controlling the world, but from refining the lens through which we see it. When judgment softens, suffering loosens. When interpretation slows, clarity returns. And when the mind stops arguing with reality, calm becomes possible again. This is not about ignoring pain. It is not about pretending everything is fine. It is about learning the quiet skill of separating facts from stories, of meeting life as it is, without adding the extra weight of blame, fear, or resistance. Because the moment you stop judging, the moment you simply see, the disturbance begins to fade. In this lesson, we will explore how one simple Stoic truth can change the way you experience everything. Not by force, not by escape, but by understanding, by awareness, by learning to loosen the judgments that keep the mind restless, and returning to the calm that was never truly lost. Something subtle happens the moment a thought hardens into an opinion. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't ask for permission. Yet in that quiet instant, something precious is exchanged. Calm is traded for control. Freedom is traded for certainty. And most people never notice the deal they just made. This is where the lesson deepens. When the Stoics spoke about judgment, they weren't talking about casual thoughts or passing preferences. They were pointing to something far more powerful. The moment you decide what something means, the moment you label an event as good or bad, fair or unfair, acceptable or unbearable. That single label acts like a contract. By signing it, you agree that your peace now depends on how the world behaves. If things go your way, you feel fine. If they don't, the mind tightens, and suddenly your inner state is no longer yours. This is the hidden cost of judgment. Every opinion quietly hands your emotional balance to something outside of you. A comment from someone else, a delay, a loss, a tone of voice. Once judged, these things gain power, not because they changed, but because you gave them authority over how you feel. The event stays neutral. Your interpretation does all the work. Most disturbance is not loud. It builds slowly. It shows up as tension in the chest, a looping thought, a subtle irritation that refuses to leave. This is the result of invisible agreements made throughout the day. Agreements that say, "This should not have happened," or "They should not act this way," or "I cannot be at peace unless this changes." Each one ties your inner world to conditions you cannot fully control, and the mind pays the price for that dependency. The Stoics warned against this, not because opinions are evil, but because they are sticky. Once formed, they don't simply sit there. They demand consistency. If you judge something as bad, the mind feels obligated to defend that judgment. It replays it. It gathers evidence. It resists anything that contradicts it. Peace becomes secondary to being right. Calm is postponed until the world agrees with you. This is why two people can experience the same moment and walk away with completely different inner states. One feels wronged, the other moves on. The difference is not strength or intelligence. It is the contract each one signed. One said, "This event controls my peace." The other didn't. One allowed judgment to tighten around the moment. The other let it pass without a verdict. Judgments feel protective at first. They give the illusion of clarity. They make chaos seem manageable. But they also narrow the mind. They reduce complex reality into simple labels and then demand emotional loyalty to those labels. Over time, this creates exhaustion. The mind stays on guard, always ready to react, always scanning for threats to its conclusions. Rest becomes difficult, not because life is intense, but because the mind refuses to loosen its grip. The Stoic approach offers a different path. It begins with noticing the moment judgment arises, not fighting it, not shaming it, just seeing it. Seeing how quickly the mind wants to declare something as unacceptable or personal or threatening, and then questioning the contract before it is signed. Asking, is my peace really dependent on this? Often, the answer reveals how unnecessary the agreement was in the first place. When judgment softens, something surprising happens. Events lose their sharp edges. Delays become neutral. Opinions from others feel less invasive. Not because you stop caring, but because you stop attaching your inner stability to outcomes. You remain engaged, but not entangled, present, but not trapped. The world continues to move, but your peace is no longer dragged along with it. This does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It means choosing where your peace lives. Instead of outsourcing it to circumstances, you keep it anchored inside. You respond when needed. You act when action is useful. But you stop feeding the inner disturbance that comes from insisting life follow your expectations. Every time you pause before judging, you weaken the old habit of signing away your calm. Every time you allow an event to be what it is, without extra meaning, you reclaim a piece of inner freedom. This is not a dramatic change. It is quiet, almost unnoticeable, but over time it reshapes how you experience everything. Peace, the Stoics taught, is not found by managing the world. It is found by refusing to bind your inner life to it. And that freedom begins the moment you stop signing contracts you never needed in the first place. Once the mind stops signing away its peace, something else quietly comes into view, a deeper layer beneath judgment itself. Because even when the label softens, the disturbance sometimes lingers, not sharp anymore, but present, like an echo that hasn't faded yet. This is where many people get confused. They think the problem is the event or the opinion, but what remains is something more subtle, a story still being told in the background. Here is the quiet truth most people never hear. Emotional pain does not survive on facts alone. It survives on meaning, and meaning is carried through narrative. Long after an event has passed, the mind keeps retelling it, not exactly as it happened, but as a version shaped by fear, expectation, and memory. The body reacts not to reality, but to the story being replayed, and the storyteller is so familiar that you forget it's even there. This is why pain can feel so real even when nothing is happening in the present moment. The room is quiet. The day is ordinary. Yet tension sits in the chest. The breath feels shallow. Thoughts drift back to something said, something lost, something unfinished. The disturbance is not coming from the outside. It is being generated internally by a narrative that never learned how to end. The Stoics understood that the mind is always interpreting. always explaining, always weaving events into a personal storyline. This is not a flaw, it is how the mind makes sense of the world. But when stories go unnoticed, they begin to run the nervous system. A single moment becomes a symbol. A mistake becomes an identity. A setback becomes a prophecy. And emotional pain grows not because of what happened, but because of what the story says it means about you, about others, about the future. Most suffering comes from stories that were once useful but are now outdated. Stories built in moments of stress, childhood, loss, or survival. They were created to protect, to warn, to prepare. But over time, they harden. They repeat even when the danger is gone. The mind keeps saying, "This always happens to me," or "I'm not safe," or "I'll never get past this." Each sentence strengthens the emotional response, even if life has already moved on. What makes this so powerful is that stories feel like truth. They come with emotion, memory, and logic. They feel personal. They feel justified. But the Stoics asked a simple, unsettling question. Is this a fact, or is this a narrative layered on top of a fact? The moment you ask that, space opens. The mind slows. The grip loosens. This does not mean denying feelings. Emotions are real experiences in the body. They deserve attention, not dismissal. But attention does not mean obedience. When you observe the story beneath the emotion begins to shift. Not instantly, but gradually, like a fire losing fuel when you stop feeding it. The body responds to stories as if they are happening now. That is why replaying a painful memory can cause the same physical reaction as the original event. The heart races, the muscles tighten, stress hormones release. The nervous system cannot tell the difference between past and present when the story is vivid enough. This is why awareness matters. When you recognize the narrative layer, you bring the mind back into the present moment, where the threat often no longer exists. The Stoics practiced this through reflection. They learned to examine impressions before accepting them, to slow down the automatic storytelling, to separate what occurred from what the mind added afterward. This skill does not remove emotion. It changes your relationship with it. Instead of being pulled inside the story, you stand beside it, watching, listening, learning. Over time, something profound happens. The story loses urgency. It becomes a memory instead of a command. The emotion softens because it no longer needs to protect you from something that is no longer happening. You begin to feel the difference between pain that belongs to the present and pain kept alive by repetition. This is where peace quietly grows, not from forcing positive thoughts, not from rewriting your life into something prettier, but from recognizing that many of your disturbances are echoes, not emergencies. They are narratives asking to be seen, not believed. When you stop identifying with every story the mind tells, emotional pain begins to change its shape. It becomes information instead of identity, a signal instead of a sentence. And in that shift, the mind discovers something it has not felt in a long time. Space, breathing room, the freedom to experience life as it is, not as the story insists it must be. As stories begin to loosen their grip, another quiet shift becomes possible. You start to notice how quickly the mind moves ahead of what the eyes actually see. How fast a simple moment turns into a conclusion. This is where the Stoics placed their deepest focus, not on changing events, not on controlling emotions, but on refining perception itself. There is a fragile space between seeing and interpreting. Most people rush past it without noticing. The eyes register a sound, a look, a message, a delay. That is seeing. But within a heartbeat, the mind adds meaning, motive, threat, judgment. That is interpreting. And almost all suffering enters through that second step. Seeing is simple. It is clean. It does not carry weight. Interpreting is heavy. It carries memory, fear, expectation, and habit. When someone does not reply to a message, seeing is just silence. Interpreting becomes rejection, disrespect, or loss. When plans change, seeing is a change in schedule. Interpreting becomes disappointment, unfairness, or failure. The body reacts not to what is seen, but to what is added. The Stoics believe that peace begins when you slow this process down, when you learn to pause at the level of perception before the mind completes its usual story. They called this working with impressions. An impression is the first mental appearance of something. It is not yet a belief. It is raw data entering awareness. Most people treat impressions as facts. The Stoics treated them as questions. This single shift changes everything. Instead of saying, "This is bad," the Stoic mind asks, "Is this just how it appears right now?" Instead of assuming meaning, it waits. That waiting is not passive. It is alert, calm, grounded. It keeps suffering from multiplying. Much of life is neutral until interpretation colors it. A comment can be information or an insult. A challenge can be a threat or a test. A quiet room can feel peaceful or lonely. The difference is not in the room, the words, or the situation. It is in the lens applied to them, and lenses can be adjusted. The problem is not that interpretation exists. It is that it happens automatically. Years of conditioning train the mind to jump to conclusions without asking permission. Past pain teaches the mind to protect itself by predicting outcomes. This feels helpful, but often it creates tension where none is needed. The body prepares for danger that never arrives. The mind tightens around meaning that was never confirmed. Training perception means learning to stay closer to raw experience, to what is actually happening, rather than what might be happening. This does not mean becoming naive. It means becoming precise. You see what is there without exaggeration, without subtraction, without emotional decoration. This practice feels uncomfortable at first. The mind likes interpretation because it gives a sense of control. It feels safer to decide quickly than to remain open. But quick meaning often comes at the cost of peace. The Stoics chose clarity over comfort. They accepted uncertainty so they could avoid unnecessary suffering. Over time, this training creates space between stimulus and response, a pause where choice lives. In that pause, you are no longer trapped by habit. You can respond instead of react. You can decide whether an interpretation is useful or harmful, whether it serves wisdom or feeds disturbance. This is not about suppressing thoughts. Thoughts will arise. Interpretations will appear. The practice is noticing them without immediately accepting them as truth. Like clouds passing through the sky, they can be observed without being followed. The sky does not argue with the clouds, it allows them to pass. The body begins to relax when it is no longer constantly responding to imagined threats. The nervous system settles when perception becomes cleaner. You may notice that many situations lose their emotional charge when stripped of interpretation. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What once felt personal becomes impersonal. Not cold, but clear. The Stoics knew that suffering often comes not from life itself, but from resistance to life as it is. Interpretation is a form of resistance when it insists reality should be different. Seeing, on the other hand, is acceptance without surrender. It allows action without inner conflict. As this skill deepens, you begin to trust yourself more, not because you control outcomes, but because you trust your ability to meet them without distortion. Peace grows not by avoiding difficulty, but by refusing to add unnecessary weight to it. When seeing replaces interpreting, life becomes lighter. Not easier, but cleaner. And in that clarity, the mind learns something it had forgotten. That much of what it feared was never in front of it at all. It was something it added on the way. As perception becomes cleaner, another habit quietly reveals itself. One that feels righteous, even necessary, yet often stirs more turmoil than resolution. The habit of moral labeling. The moment the mind decides something is unfair, wrong, unacceptable, or undeserved, the nervous system tightens. Not because justice is important, but because the label turns experience into a personal battle. Moral labels carry emotional weight. They do more than describe. They demand reaction. When something is seen as unfair, the mind resists it. When something is judged as wrong, the body prepares for conflict. These reactions feel automatic, but they are learned, and once activated, they pull attention away from clarity and toward inner agitation. The Stoics were careful with moral judgments, not because they lacked values, but because they understood how easily values become weapons against inner peace. When every discomfort is framed as an injustice, the mind stays in a state of opposition. It argues with reality. It replays the moment, searching for blame. And while the world remains unchanged, the inner storm grows stronger. Calling something unfair often means expecting reality to follow a personal script. When it doesn't, frustration appears. The mind keeps asking, "Why did this happen to me?" Or, "Why didn't things go the way they should?" These questions do not lead to solutions, they lead to rumination. And rumination keeps the emotional wound open long after the event has passed. Labeling something as wrong can also harden the heart. It creates a clear enemy, even when the situation is complex. The mind narrows, curiosity disappears, listening stops. The body enters a defensive state. This might feel justified, but it costs energy. It steals focus. It makes rest difficult. The price of holding on to moral outrage is often paid in peace. The Stoics did not deny injustice. They simply separated action from inner chaos. They believed you could respond wisely without allowing the mind to spiral. You could work toward improvement without poisoning yourself with constant anger. The problem was not recognizing harm. It was letting the recognition consume the inner world. Moral labels tend to personalize events that are often impersonal. Systems fail. People act from ignorance, fear, or pressure. Circumstances collide. When the mind stamps wrong or unfair on everything painful, it assumes intention where there may be none. This assumption fuels resentment, and resentment keeps the mind trapped in the past. Another danger of moral labeling is rigidity. Once a label is applied, the mind feels compelled to defend it. New information is ignored. Nuance disappears. Emotional flexibility is lost. This rigidity makes suffering heavier because there is no room to breathe, no space for understanding, no path toward resolution. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They focused on what was within their control, their response, their character, their choices. Instead of asking whether life was fair, they asked whether their actions were aligned with wisdom. This shift redirects energy from complaint to clarity, from resistance to responsibility. When moral labels soften, the body often relaxes. The jaw unclenches. The breath deepens. Not because the situation improved, but because the inner fight ended. Acceptance does not mean approval. It means seeing clearly without adding emotional fire. This clarity allows for more effective action. When the mind is not flooded with outrage, solutions become visible. Communication improves. Decisions are made with steadiness rather than impulse. Even when correction is needed, it comes from firmness, not fury. Letting go of harsh moral labeling does not weaken values, it strengthens them. Values expressed without inner chaos carry more power. They are consistent, calm, grounded. They do not depend on emotional storms to be heard. The Stoics understood that peace is not found by judging the world correctly, but by judging less. By reducing the number of verdicts the mind hands down each day. When fewer things are declared wrong or unfair, fewer things demand emotional repayment. In that quiet, the mind finds balance again. Not numbness, not indifference, but a steadiness that allows you to move through life without constantly wounding yourself with your own judgments. And from that steadiness, wisdom has room to act. As moral labels begin to loosen, another force steps into the light. One that often hides behind intelligence, principles, and confidence. The need to be right. Not correct in action, but correct in judgment. This need can feel harmless, even virtuous. But beneath it lives a quiet addiction that keeps the mind restless and the heart tense. Being right gives the mind a sense of stability. It creates solid ground in a world that often feels uncertain. When you believe your judgment is correct, the mind relaxes for a moment. It feels safe, in control. But this relief does not last, because once you attach your peace to being right, you must constantly defend that position, and defense creates tension. The mind that needs to be right is always on alert. It scans conversations for disagreement. It replays arguments long after they end. It prepares responses that may never be needed. This vigilance feels like strength, but it quietly feeds anxiety. The body stays tight because it believes something important is always at risk. Your identity, your intelligence, your worth. The Stoics noticed this pattern clearly. They saw that attachment to judgments creates emotional dependency. If your view is challenged, your calm is challenged. If someone disagrees, your nervous system reacts as if under threat. Anger rises not because of the topic, but because the self feels exposed. The judgment was not just a thought, it became a shield. This is why debates often turn hostile. The issue stops being about truth and becomes about protection. The mind is no longer curious. It is guarding a position, and when positions harden, listening disappears. Each word from the other side feels like pressure, like something pushing against your inner balance. Being right also ties peace to the behavior of others. If people agree, you feel validated. If they don't, irritation appears. This creates emotional instability because agreement is never guaranteed. The mind becomes dependent on outcomes it cannot control, and dependence breeds frustration. There is also exhaustion in carrying certainty all the time. The mind works constantly to maintain consistency. It must explain away contradictions. It must ignore information that does not fit. It must justify reactions that came from emotion rather than clarity. This effort drains energy. It keeps the inner world noisy. The Stoics offered a different kind of strength, the strength to hold views lightly, to understand that being wrong is not a failure, but a natural part of learning, to value truth more than ego. When judgments are not tied to identity, they can change without pain. growth becomes possible without inner conflict. Letting go of the need to be right does not mean abandoning discernment. It means separating self-worth from opinion. You can have a perspective without clinging to it. You can express an idea without needing it to win. This flexibility calms the nervous system. It allows conversations to breathe. Anger often enters when the mind feels cornered. When a judgment is threatened, the body prepares to fight. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, words sharpen. The original topic fades as emotional survival takes over. Many conflicts are not about values at all. They are about defending a sense of self built on being correct. Anxiety grows in a similar way. The mind worries about future challenges to its beliefs. It imagines scenarios where it might be proven wrong or misunderstood. This anticipation keeps the body in a low state of stress. The future becomes something to manage rather than meet. The Stoics practiced humility of mind, not humiliation, but openness. They accepted that human perception is limited, that judgments are provisional, that clarity improves when certainty softens. This attitude removes pressure. You no longer need to carry answers at all times. You can rest in not knowing. When the need to be right loosens, emotional space opens. Conversations feel lighter. Disagreement feels less personal. The mind becomes more interested than defensive. This shift does not weaken you. It strengthens your ability to adapt, to learn, to respond wisely rather than react quickly. Peace grows when identity is no longer built on opinion. You are free to change your mind without shame, free to listen without preparing a counterattack, free to be present instead of proving something. The addiction to being right fades slowly. It was learned over years. But each time you choose understanding over victory, you weaken its grip. Each time you allow uncertainty without panic, you reclaim calm. And in that calm, the mind discovers a deeper confidence, one that does not depend on winning arguments, but on staying steady no matter what appears. As the need to be right begins to loosen, a deeper compassion can emerge toward the mind itself. Because what starts to become clear is this: judgment is not a moral failure. It is not a personal flaw. It is a reflex, one shaped long before modern life, long before calm rooms and quiet evenings. Understanding this changes the way you relate to your inner disturbance. Judgment evolved to keep humans alive. The early mind had to decide quickly: friend or threat, safe or dangerous, useful or harmful. There was no time for long reflection when survival was on the line. Fast conclusions meant protection. Hesitation could mean death. This is where judgment was born, not as truth, but as speed. That ancient system is still active. The brain still scans the environment for danger, even when danger looks nothing like it used to. Today, threats are rarely physical. They are social, emotional, psychological. A look, a comment, a delay, a change in tone. The survival brain reacts the same way it always has. It labels quickly. It prepares the body. It tightens muscles. It floods the system with alertness. The problem is not that the system exists. The problem is that it no longer matches the environment. Modern life requires discernment, not constant defense. But the nervous system does not know that. It reacts before reason arrives. Judgment appears instantly, dressed as certainty, and the body follows as if something urgent is happening. This is why disturbance feels so real. The heart rate increases, the breath shortens, the body believes the judgment. It believes danger is present, but often nothing is actually wrong in the moment. The threat lives only in interpretation. yet the stress response is already activated. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience confirmed it. They saw that impressions arrive automatically. They do not choose to appear. What matters is what happens next. Whether the mind accepts the judgment as truth or pauses to examine it. The pause is where wisdom enters. Without it, the reflex runs the show. Many people treat judgments as facts because they feel urgent. Urgency tricks the mind into obedience. But urgency does not equal accuracy. A fast conclusion is not a correct one. It is simply fast. When the mind learns to recognize judgment as a survival reflex, not a final verdict, its power weakens. This awareness brings relief. You stop blaming yourself for having strong reactions. You stop identifying with every thought. You see the reaction as a signal, not a command. Something is being perceived as threatening, even if it is not. That shift alone creates space. Disturbance grows when reflexes are mistaken for reality. When every judgment is believed, the body stays in a constant state of readiness. This leads to chronic tension, fatigue, irritability. The system never stands down. It never receives the message that it is safe to rest. The Stoics trained the mind to question impressions precisely for this reason. Not to suppress them, but to slow them. To ask whether a judgment is necessary, whether it reflects the present moment or a memory of past danger. Often, the threat belongs to another time, another context, another version of you. Modern science supports this. The brain does not clearly separate past from present when emotional memory is involved. A current situation can activate old fear circuits without awareness. Judgment fills in the gap, offering a story that explains the feeling. The feeling feels real, so the story feels true. But both are echoes. Understanding the evolutionary roots of judgment allows for patience. Instead of fighting the mind, you work with it. You reassure it. You bring it into the present. You remind it that not every discomfort is danger. Not every disagreement is a threat. Not every uncertainty requires immediate defense. This practice takes time. The reflex will not disappear. It was built over thousands of years, but it can be retrained. Each time you pause before reacting, you weaken the old pathway. Each time you choose observation over belief, you teach the nervous system that calm is possible to. Peace, in this sense, is not the absence of judgment. It is the absence of blind obedience to it. You allow the reflex to arise, but you do not let it decide. You remain the one who chooses. When judgment is seen as a survival tool rather than truth, it loses its authority. It becomes something you listen to, not something you follow without question. And in that relationship, disturbance begins to soften. The body learns that it does not need to be on guard all the time. The mind learns that clarity can exist without constant vigilance. This is how inner peace begins to take root, not by erasing the past, but by understanding it, not by silencing the mind, but by guiding it gently out of survival mode and back into the present, where life is often far safer than the reflex insists. As the survival reflex becomes easier to recognize, something else starts to stand out. A question that quietly follows many moments of pain. Why does the same situation break one person and barely touch another? Why does a single event create despair in one mind and acceptance in another? The answer is not strength, luck, or resilience. It lives in judgment. Suffering is not evenly distributed because reality is not evenly interpreted. Two people can stand in the same room, hear the same words, experience the same loss, and walk away carrying entirely different emotional weights. The difference is not what happened. It is how the mind processed it. This is where judgment-based pain reveals itself with clarity. One person hears criticism and feels attacked. Another hears the same words and feels informed. One experiences a setback and sees failure. Another sees delay. The event is identical. The meaning is not. And meaning determines emotional response. The body reacts to meaning, not facts. Judgment works like a filter. It decides what an event says about you, about others, about the future. If the judgment says danger, the body tightens. If it says loss, sadness deepens. If it says injustice, anger ignites. None of these reactions come from the event alone. They come from the conclusion attached to it. This is why suffering feels personal. Judgments often include identity. They say, "This shouldn't happen to me," or "This proves something about who I am." Once identity enters the picture, pain intensifies. The event is no longer just an event. It becomes a statement about worth, safety, or belonging. The Stoics observed this pattern carefully. They noticed that people who suffered the most were not always those facing the hardest conditions. Often, they were those who added the heaviest interpretations. They took events personally, globally, and permanently. A single moment became a pattern. A temporary state became a fixed story. Another person facing the same moment might limit the judgment. They see the event as specific, temporary, and external. This containment prevents emotional overflow. Pain exists, but it does not spread. The mind does not allow it to define everything else. Judgment-based pain also depends on expectations. When reality matches expectation, disturbance is minimal. When it doesn't, the mind reacts. Two people can face the same disappointment, but only one expected a different outcome. The other was already open to uncertainty. Expectation sharpens pain because it frames reality as a violation. There is also a difference in where responsibility is placed. Some judgments blame the self, others blame the world. Both can lead to suffering. Self-blame turns pain inward, creating shame and helplessness. World blame turns pain outward, creating resentment and bitterness. Neither resolves the event. They only deepen the emotional response. The Stoics practiced narrowing judgments. They refused to let one event speak for all of life. They avoided language like always, never, and everything. This precision reduced suffering. When judgments stay small, emotions stay manageable. When judgments grow large, emotions follow. Another key factor is resistance. One person fights what happened. They replay it, argue with it, wish it were different. The other accepts that it occurred and focuses on response. Resistance multiplies pain by keeping the event alive in the mind. Acceptance allows it to pass through. Judgment-based pain is often invisible because it feels justified. The mind says, anyone would feel this way, but not everyone does. And that difference matters. It reveals that suffering is not automatic. It is shaped, constructed, reinforced through repeated interpretation. This does not mean one person is superior. It means they are telling a different internal story, a story that does not inflame the nervous system, a story that allows space. That space changes everything. It gives the body room to calm. It gives the mind room to choose. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate pain. They aimed to prevent unnecessary suffering. They accepted that loss hurts, that difficulty strains, but they refused to let judgment turn pain into identity or destiny. They kept the event where it belonged, in the moment. When you see how two people suffer differently, you begin to see your own patterns. You notice how quickly the mind jumps to meaning, how fast it decides what something says about you. That awareness is powerful. It shows that emotional pain is not fixed, it is influenced. With practice, judgments can be softened, not erased, but examined. When you slow down the meaning-making process, suffering loses intensity. The same events still occur. Life does not change its rhythm, but your experience of it does. Peace grows when you realize that much of your pain is not coming from life itself, but from how life is being interpreted. And interpretation can be refined, adjusted, freed from old habits that no longer serve. This is not about becoming numb, it is about becoming precise, seeing what happened without letting it become everything. And in that clarity, the same world feels lighter, not because it changed, but because the weight added by judgment was finally set down. As you begin to see how suffering changes from person to person, a very small window starts to matter more than anything else. It is so brief that it often goes unnoticed. Yet inside it, peace either survives or collapses. This is the silent moment between what happens and what the mind says about it. Every event arrives quietly. A sound, a message, a look, a change. For a fraction of a second, it is just information entering awareness. No meaning yet, no emotion attached, just raw experience. That moment is clean, still, neutral. Then the mind rushes in. Interpretation follows almost instantly, faster than thought, faster than logic. The mind fills the space with explanation. It decides what the event means, why it happened, and how you should feel about it. That decision happens so fast it feels automatic. But it is not inevitable. And this is where peace is either protected or lost. The Stoics focused on this microsecond because they understood its power. They knew that once interpretation takes over, the body reacts. Muscles tighten, breath shortens, emotions surge. After that point, calming the system becomes harder. Not impossible, but harder. The earlier the pause, the lighter the work. Most people live as if this pause does not exist. They experience life as one continuous reaction. Something happens, emotion appears, behavior follows. But there is a gap there. Small, yes, but real. And with practice, it becomes visible. This gap is not about thinking positively. It is about not thinking immediately, about allowing the event to be fully seen before it is explained. When the mind skips this step, it treats assumptions as facts. It reacts to meaning rather than reality. That is where unnecessary suffering begins. The body is especially sensitive to this moment. It waits for direction from the mind. If the interpretation signals threat, the nervous system activates. If it signals loss, the body sinks. If it signals injustice, tension builds. The body trusts the mind completely. It does not question the story. It prepares accordingly. Training awareness of this moment changes the entire experience of life. At first, you notice it only after the reaction. You see that you are already tense, already upset. That awareness is still valuable. Over time, you begin to catch the interpretation earlier. Mid-thought, mid-surge. Eventually, you begin to feel the space before the interpretation even forms. This is not something you force. It develops through attention, through slowing down, through curiosity. When an event occurs, instead of asking, "Why did this happen?" you notice, "Something just happened." That shift keeps the mind at the level of perception rather than judgment. The Stoics practiced this by questioning impressions. They did not argue with them. They simply asked whether they were necessary or accurate. That question alone creates distance. Distance creates choice. Choice creates peace. The silence in this moment can feel uncomfortable. The mind likes quick answers. It wants certainty. It wants closure. Sitting in not knowing feels exposed. But that exposure is where freedom lives. When you allow a moment to remain undefined, you prevent the emotional chain reaction that usually follows. Many people believe peace requires controlling events. The Stoics knew peace comes from controlling interpretation, and the only place interpretation can be influenced is in this brief window. Once the story is believed, the work becomes heavier. Before belief, everything is lighter. This moment is also where habit lives. Past experiences rush in to fill the gap. Old fears, old conclusions, old identities. The mind reuses familiar stories because they are fast. But fast does not mean accurate. By pausing, you interrupt that recycling process. Even a small delay matters. A single breath, a brief observation, a moment of noticing sensation without explanation. These small acts weaken the automatic link between event and interpretation. Over time, the nervous system learns that not every stimulus requires a response. That learning changes how safe the body feels. Peace is not something you add to life. It is something you stop removing. Every time you rush past this silent moment, peace slips away unnoticed. Every time you stay with it, even briefly, peace remains intact. This practice does not make life dull, it makes it precise. You respond when response is needed. You act when action is useful, but you stop reacting by default. You stop letting every moment decide how you feel. The microsecond between event and interpretation is small, but it holds enormous power. It is the doorway through which disturbance enters. It is also the doorway through which calm returns. When you learn to recognize it, you realize that peace is not far away. It is not hidden in future conditions or perfect circumstances. It lives right there, in the quiet space you were never taught to notice. As awareness of that silent moment deepens, another force quietly steps forward, one that often hides behind hope, planning, and good intentions. Expectations. They rarely announce themselves, yet they sit beneath many reactions, waiting. When life moves as expected, they stay quiet. When it doesn't, they detonate. Expectations feel harmless because they point toward the future. They sound reasonable. This should work. They should understand. It should turn out this way. But hidden inside these thoughts is an unseen judgment about how reality is supposed to behave. When reality disagrees, the mind reacts as if something has gone wrong, not just externally, but internally. This is why disappointment hurts more than surprise. Disappointment is the collision between expectation and fact. The event itself may be small, but the emotional reaction can be intense. The pain does not come from what happened. It comes from what was expected to happen instead. The mind feels violated, as if a promise was broken, even when no promise was made. Expectations act like emotional landmines because they remain invisible until stepped on. You don't feel them while things go according to plan, but when plans shift, when people act differently, when outcomes change, the explosion happens instantly. Frustration, anger, sadness. The reaction feels sudden, but it was being prepared quietly all along. The Stoics warned against expectations for this exact reason. They knew that expecting outcomes ties peace to conditions you do not control. The future becomes a contract with reality, and reality never signs it. When it fails to comply, the mind reacts as if betrayed. Expectations often attach themselves to other people. You expect them to behave a certain way, to understand you, to meet your needs. When they don't, the mind labels it as personal. Respect feels withdrawn, care feels absent. But often, the other person was never aware of the expectation in the first place. The pain comes from an internal agreement that was never shared. There are also expectations placed on yourself. You expect to perform perfectly, to feel a certain way, to heal on a schedule. When you fall short, self-judgment appears. Shame enters. The mind turns disappointment inward. These expectations create pressure that the body carries quietly until it becomes exhaustion. What makes expectations so powerful is that they feel logical. The mind argues that they are realistic, deserved, or fair. But logic does not protect against emotional fallout. The emotional system reacts to deviation, not fairness. Any gap between expectation and reality is registered as loss. The Stoic approach was not to abandon planning, but to detach from outcome. They prepared for action while remaining open to results. This openness is not weakness. It is flexibility. It keeps the mind responsive instead of rigid. When reality shifts, the mind shifts with it, rather than resisting. When expectations soften, disappointment loses intensity. You still prefer certain outcomes. You still take action. But your peace is no longer tied to a specific result. The mind becomes less fragile. It no longer shatters when things change. This shift begins by noticing expectations before they explode, by asking, "What am I assuming should happen here?" Often, the simple act of noticing diffuses the landmine. Awareness brings choice. You can adjust the expectation or release it entirely. Expectations also shorten patience. When the mind believes something should already be different, waiting feels unbearable. Time itself feels like an enemy. But when expectations loosen, time becomes neutral again. You move with it, not against it. The Stoics trained themselves to expect uncertainty instead, not as pessimism, but as realism. They knew that change is the only constant. By expecting variability, they reduced shock. By expecting difficulty, they reduced despair. Life still challenged them, but it did not surprise them in the same way. This does not mean becoming detached from life. It means engaging without demanding. You participate fully, but you do not insist that life follow a script. This allows joy to arrive naturally, without pressure. And when disappointment comes, it passes more quickly. Many emotional explosions are not caused by events, but by violated expectations. Once you see this, you gain a new kind of power, not the power to control outcomes, but the power to reduce unnecessary suffering. When expectations stop acting as hidden judgments, the mind becomes calmer. Reality feels less threatening, the future feels less heavy, and peace becomes less dependent on how things turn out. Life continues to change, plans shift, people surprise you, outcomes vary. But without emotional landmines waiting beneath the surface, the path becomes easier to walk. Not because it is smoother, but because you are no longer punishing yourself every time it bends. As expectations loosen their grip, something surprising begins to surface. You start to notice that many days labeled as bad were not truly heavy in what happened, but heavy in how much the mind carried. The body moved through the hours, tasks were completed, life continued, yet the day felt unbearable, not because of events alone, but because of the mental weight placed on them. This is where a powerful distinction becomes clear. There is a difference between factual hardship and mental suffering. Factual hardship is what actually occurs: a delay, a mistake, a difficult conversation, a loss of comfort. Mental suffering is what the mind builds around those facts: the commentary, the replay, the conclusions. And most of the time, it is the second that turns a hard day into a miserable one. Many days are objectively ordinary. Nothing catastrophic happens. Yet the mind narrates them as failures, disasters, or proof that everything is going wrong. One inconvenience becomes the tone for the entire day. A single frustration colors every interaction. The mind keeps returning to it, adding layers, tightening the emotional grip. The Stoics understood this well. They noticed that life presents challenges, but the mind often multiplies them. One problem becomes 10 through rumination. A moment of discomfort becomes hours of tension. The event ends, but the suffering continues because the mind refuses to let go of the story. Actual hardship has limits. It occupies a moment in time. Mental suffering stretches it across hours, days, sometimes years. The body reacts as if the hardship is still happening, even when it is not. Stress hormones remain active, muscles stay tense. The nervous system does not receive the signal that the threat has passed. This is why rest feels impossible on some days, not because the body worked too hard, but because the mind never stopped working. It keeps reviewing what should have gone differently. It imagines future problems. It judges the past. The present moment becomes crowded with thoughts that are not happening now. The Stoics practiced separating facts from interpretations to reduce this overload. They asked simple questions. What actually happened? What am I adding to it? This separation does not erase difficulty, but it keeps difficulty from spreading. It limits suffering to where it belongs. For example, a conversation goes poorly. The fact is, the exchange was uncomfortable. Mental suffering adds layers. I ruined everything. They must think badly of me. This always happens. These additions feel convincing, but they are not facts. They are interpretations, and they are what make the day feel unbearable. Worse days are often days when the mind never leaves the event. It carries it from morning to night. It brings it into unrelated moments. Meals lose taste. Silence feels heavy. Sleep becomes restless. The event itself may have lasted minutes. The suffering lasted all day. Another reason days feel worse than they are is comparison. The mind compares the day to how it should have gone. That imagined version becomes the standard. Reality falls short. Frustration grows. But the imagined day never existed. It is a mental construction, not a loss of something real. The Stoics warned against this comparison because it turns neutral moments into failures. A day that was simply imperfect becomes unacceptable. The mind fights against reality instead of moving with it. That fight drains energy and steals peace. Recognizing this pattern changes how you experience difficult days. You begin to ask whether the suffering is coming from what is happening now, or from what the mind is saying about it. Often, the present moment is manageable. It is the mental commentary that feels overwhelming. This awareness does not remove pain. Some days are genuinely hard. Loss hurts. Fatigue is real. Challenges demand effort. But even in those moments, there is often a layer of added suffering that can be softened. When you stop feeding the narrative, the body begins to settle. The Stoics did not aim for constant comfort. They aimed for clarity. They accepted that life includes hardship, but they refused to let the mind exaggerate it. They kept suffering proportional to reality. As this practice deepens, days become lighter, even when they are busy or imperfect. You move through challenges without dragging them behind you. When something ends, it ends. It does not follow you into every thought. This does not mean forgetting or ignoring problems. It means addressing them when needed and releasing them when not. It means allowing the mind to rest once action is complete. Many of your worst days were not defined by events, but by how tightly the mind held on to them. When you learn to loosen that grip, days recover faster. Moods shift more easily. The present moment becomes accessible again. Peace does not require perfect days. It requires fewer unnecessary thoughts about imperfect ones. And when mental suffering no longer overwhelms factual hardship, life feels more balanced. Not because it is easier, but because it is no longer being fought in the mind. In that balance, even difficult days find space to breathe, and you discover that many of them were never as heavy as they once felt. The weight was added after the fact, and that weight, unlike events, can be set down. As you begin to see how the mind turns ordinary days into heavy ones, another pattern quietly reveals itself. A pattern that explains why a minor setback can suddenly feel unbearable, why a small comment ruins your mood, why a simple delay feels like everything is falling apart. This is judgment inflation, and it is one of the most powerful amplifiers of emotional pain. Judgment inflation happens when the mind takes a small event and enlarges its meaning. The facts remain modest, but the interpretation grows dramatic. A mistake becomes a failure. A misunderstanding becomes rejection. A single problem becomes a symbol for everything that is wrong. The emotional response no longer matches the event, it matches the story built around it. This inflation happens fast, so fast that it feels natural. The mind does not say, "I am exaggerating now." It says, "This is serious," and the body believes it. Stress rises, muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow. The nervous system reacts as if something major is happening, even when the trigger is minor. The Stoics understood this as a failure to keep judgments proportional. They believed that peace depends on accuracy, not intensity. When reactions exceed reality, suffering multiplies. The mind loses its sense of scale. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels personal. Everything feels final. Small events are especially vulnerable to inflation because they are unexpected. A sudden inconvenience interrupts the flow of the day. The mind rushes to explain the discomfort. Instead of seeing the event as isolated, it connects it to larger fears. Old disappointments, old narratives. The past joins the present without invitation. This is why one spilled coffee can feel like the last straw. It is not about the coffee, it is about the meaning attached to it. The mind says, "Of course this happens today," or "Nothing ever goes right." These statements are not observations, they are emotional conclusions, and once believed, they color everything that follows. Judgment inflation also thrives on speed. The faster the interpretation, the larger it tends to be. There is no pause to assess, no moment to ask whether the reaction fits the event. The mind jumps straight to the most charged meaning, because that is what it was trained to do in moments of perceived threat. The Stoics trained themselves to slow this process. They questioned whether an event truly deserved the emotional energy being given to it. They asked whether it would matter in a day, a week, a year. This was not dismissal, it was calibration. They refused to spend the same emotional currency on a delay as on a loss. Exaggerated interpretations hijack emotions by collapsing time. A small problem is treated as permanent. A temporary discomfort is treated as a lasting condition. The mind speaks in absolutes. Always, never, everything, nothing. These words signal inflation. They stretch the event beyond its actual boundaries. Another way inflation occurs is through personalization. The mind assumes intention where there may be none. A short reply becomes disrespect. A cancelled plan becomes rejection. The emotional response intensifies because the event is no longer neutral. It is about you. Identity enters. Ego activates. Pain deepens. The Stoics worked against this by separating events from identity. They reminded themselves that most things are not personal. They happen because life is complex, not because you are singled out. This perspective shrinks inflated judgments back to size. Inflation also feeds emotional momentum. Once the mind decides something is catastrophic, it looks for evidence. Every inconvenience becomes confirmation. The mood spirals, the body stays tense. Recovery takes longer because the mind keeps reinforcing the story. What makes judgment inflation so draining is that it consumes energy disproportionate to the situation. You feel exhausted by things that should have passed quickly. You carry emotional residue long after the event ends. The body stays activated without resolution. Awareness is the antidote. When you notice the emotional reaction feels larger than the event, you have found inflation. That noticing alone begins to deflate it. You ask, what actually happened? And what am I adding? This brings the mind back to facts. Facts are grounding. Stories are activating. This does not mean minimizing real pain. Some events deserve strong emotional responses. Loss, harm, deep disappointment. But many daily disturbances do not. Learning the difference protects your nervous system. It preserves energy for what truly matters. The Stoics believed that emotional discipline was not about suppression, but about proportion, giving each event the response it earns, no more and no less. This balance creates steadiness. The mind becomes less reactive. The body recovers faster. As judgment inflation decreases, life feels less dramatic. Not dull, but manageable. Small problems stay small. They do not steal the entire day. You move through them and move on. Peace grows in this restraint, in the ability to see clearly without magnifying, to respond without overreacting, to let moments pass without turning them into stories that weigh on the heart. When exaggerated interpretations lose their grip, emotions return to their natural rhythm. They rise when needed. They fall when the moment ends, and you are no longer carried away by every ripple on the surface of life. As judgment inflation begins to settle, a quieter strength starts to develop. A skill so simple it is often overlooked, yet so powerful it can change how the mind meets every moment. The ability to describe what happens without decorating it with emotion. This is what the Stoics practiced with care. Neutral description. Most suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the language used internally to describe them. Words matter because they shape experience. When the mind says, "This is terrible," the body reacts differently than when it says, "This happened." One creates tension, the other creates clarity. Neutral description is the practice of stating facts without commentary. without judgment, without drama. It sounds simple, but it goes against habit. The mind prefers stories. It prefers emphasis. It prefers conclusions. Neutral description removes all of that and leaves only what is real. For example, instead of saying, "Everything went wrong today," neutral description says, "Two plans changed and one task took longer than expected." The facts remain, but the emotional charge drops. The body feels the difference immediately. Shoulders loosen, breath deepens. The nervous system receives a calmer signal. The Stoics understood that the first description becomes the foundation for everything that follows. If the foundation is exaggerated, the emotional structure built on it will be unstable. If the foundation is accurate and calm, the mind stays balanced. Emotional coloring sneaks into language quietly. Words like ruined, awful, unfair, unbearable, always, never. These words are not facts. They are amplifiers. They increase intensity and invite emotional escalation. The body treats them as signals of threat. Neutral description strips events down to their core. What happened? When it happened? What changed? Nothing more, nothing less. This does not deny discomfort. It keeps discomfort from spreading. One reason this practice is so effective is that the brain responds to language as if it reflects reality. When you describe something dramatically, the body prepares for drama. When you describe it plainly, the body remains steadier. Language becomes regulation. The Stoics trained themselves to notice how they spoke internally. They believed that careless words create careless suffering. Careful words create space. They did not rush to label experiences. They slowed down and described. This practice is especially powerful in moments of irritation. When something goes wrong, the first words that arise often determine how long the disturbance lasts. A harsh description locks the emotion in place. A neutral one allows it to pass. Neutral description also interrupts rumination. Rumination thrives on emotional language. It feeds on intensity. When you describe events plainly, there is less material for the mind to replay. The story becomes boring, and boredom is peace for the nervous system. Another benefit is honesty. Emotional language often exaggerates. Neutral description brings accuracy. It helps you see situations more clearly, which leads to better decisions. When emotions calm, solutions appear. This skill does not make you cold or detached. It makes you precise. You still feel. You still care. But you stop turning moments into emotional performances in the mind. You stop narrating life as a crisis. The Stoics believed this practice protected inner freedom. When events are described neutrally, they lose the power to control your mood. You remain centered even when things shift. Over time, neutral description becomes natural. The mind learns that it does not need to react dramatically to be alert. Calm becomes familiar. The body trusts that not every event requires a surge of emotion. This skill is especially helpful in communication. When you speak neutrally, conflicts soften. Others feel less attacked. Conversations become clearer. Emotional escalation is avoided. Neutral description also helps with self-judgment. Instead of saying, "I failed," you say, "I did not achieve the result I wanted this time." The difference is subtle but powerful. Shame loosens. Motivation returns. The Stoics practiced this daily. They reviewed their days by describing what happened without blame or praise. This reflection built clarity instead of guilt. Growth happened without self-attack. As this practice deepens, life feels lighter. Not because fewer things happen, but because fewer things are turned into emotional burdens. You experience events, respond when needed, and move forward. Neutral description does not remove emotion. It prevents unnecessary suffering. It keeps the mind aligned with reality instead of interpretation. In this simplicity, peace finds room to grow, not through force, not through denial, but through clarity, through choosing words that describe rather than inflame. When events are allowed to be what they are, without emotional coloring, the mind stops fighting shadows. It deals with what is real, and that alone is enough to change how life feels from the inside. As neutral description settles into the mind, another weight becomes easier to notice, one that often lives quietly in the background, shaping mood and draining energy without being seen clearly. Resentment. It does not shout, it lingers. It colors the present with something that already happened. Resentment is not pain itself. It is pain held in place by judgment. Specifically, a judgment about the past. Something should not have happened. Someone should have acted differently. You should have been treated better. The event is over, but the verdict remains. And as long as that verdict is active, peace cannot fully return. The Stoics saw resentment as a refusal to release a moment that no longer exists. The mind keeps visiting it, replaying it, refining the argument, not to understand, but to justify the emotional grip. The body reacts each time as if the event is happening again. Tension rises, breath tightens. The nervous system relives what the mind refuses to let go of. What makes resentment so exhausting is that it offers no resolution. The past cannot be changed. The person cannot be forced to undo what they did. Yet the mind keeps demanding a different outcome. This demand creates friction with reality, and friction is felt as inner unrest. Resentment often feels righteous. It convinces you that holding on is a form of strength or self-respect. But in truth, it is a contract with suffering. It says, I will not be at peace until the past is rewritten. And the past never complies. The Stoics understood that resentment is maintained by interpretation, not memory alone. Memory recalls what happened. Judgment decides what it means now. When judgment says, this still defines me, or this must still be punished, resentment stays alive. This is why resentment can survive even when circumstances improve. Life moves forward, but the inner world remains stuck. The mind carries the old narrative into new moments. Joy feels muted. Calm feels incomplete, not because the present is lacking, but because the past is still speaking. Dissolving resentment does not mean approving what happened. It does not mean excusing harm or forgetting lessons. It means removing the judgment that keeps the emotional wound open. It means allowing the event to stay where it belongs. In the past. The Stoics practiced this by separating what occurred from what they continued to say about it. They asked whether the judgment was serving wisdom or simply feeding pain. Often the answer was clear. The judgment was no longer protective. It was only heavy. Resentment also steals presence. While the mind revisits the past, it misses what is happening now. Conversations feel distant. Silence feels restless. The present moment cannot be fully experienced because attention is elsewhere. Peace requires presence. Resentment prevents it. Another hidden cost of resentment is how it shapes identity. Over time, the mind builds a story around the injury. This is what happened to me. That story becomes part of how you see yourself. Letting go can feel like losing a piece of identity. But what you lose is not truth, it is weight. The Stoics believed that inner freedom depends on releasing what is no longer in your control. The past is the ultimate example. Holding on to it does not change it, it only changes you, and not in ways that bring peace. When resentment begins to dissolve, the body responds first. There is often a subtle sense of relief, a loosening, not happiness, but lightness. The nervous system no longer braces against a memory. Energy returns to the present. This process is gradual. Resentment rarely disappears all at once. It fades as judgments soften. Each time you notice the mind replaying the past, you gently bring it back to now. Not with force, with awareness. You remind yourself that the event is over, even if the feeling returns. The Stoics did not rush forgiveness. They practiced clarity. They recognized that peace is not built by holding on to old battles. It is built by choosing where attention lives. When the judgment about the past loosens, something surprising happens. The present moment becomes fuller, simpler. You notice small things again. Breath, light, quiet. These were always there, but resentment kept attention elsewhere. Dissolving resentment does not erase memory. It changes relationship. The past becomes information, not a source of disturbance. You can remember without reliving. You can learn without suffering. Peace returns not because the past was fixed, but because it stopped being carried. The Stoics knew that inner calm depends on what you allow to occupy the present. When the past is released from judgment, the present becomes enough again. And in that space, life feels lighter. Not perfect, not painless, but free from the extra burden of fighting what no longer exists. As resentment loosens its hold on the past, attention naturally turns to what keeps pulling the mind back into tension. And often, the answer is not events, but language. The quiet words running beneath awareness. The ones spoken internally, again and again, shaping how reality feels. Language is not neutral to the mind. Words carry commands. They instruct the nervous system how to react. Certain words, in particular, act like emotional accelerants. Words such as should, must, always, and never. They sound small, ordinary, harmless. But they carry rigidity. And rigidity creates turmoil. When the mind says, "This should not be happening," it is not just describing discomfort. It is declaring resistance. Reality is framed as wrong. The body responds by tightening. Frustration rises because the mind believes something has gone off script. The present moment is no longer acceptable. The word must carries pressure. I must get this right. They must understand me. This must change. These statements turn preference into demand. And when demands meet uncertainty, anxiety grows. The mind stays alert, waiting for compliance. The body remains tense, preparing for disappointment. Always and never are the most powerful amplifiers. They stretch single moments across all time. This always happens to me. They never listen. These words remove nuance. They erase exceptions. They convince the mind that change is impossible. Hopelessness follows, not because it is true, but because the language suggests permanence. The Stoics were deeply aware of how language influences emotion. They understood that careless words create unnecessary suffering, not because words are magic, but because the brain responds to them as instructions. The body listens to internal language as if it reflects reality itself. When rigid words dominate inner speech, flexibility disappears. The mind feels trapped. Every deviation feels like failure. Every obstacle feels personal. Emotional reactions become stronger because the language leaves no room for variation. This is why two people can face the same situation and feel differently. One says, "This is difficult." The other says, "This should not be happening." The first acknowledges challenge. The second declares injustice. The emotional outcome is different, even though the facts are the same. The Stoic practice was not to eliminate language, but to refine it, to replace rigid words with softer ones. Instead of should, they used is. Instead of must, they used prefer. Instead of always, they described what happened this time. This shift may seem small, but its impact is profound. When the mind says, "I would prefer this to go differently," the body relaxes. There is room to adapt. When the mind says, "This must change," the body braces. Pressure builds, stress follows. Language also shapes self-judgment. I should be better by now. I must not fail. These phrases create internal conflict. They frame growth as obligation rather than process. Compassion disappears. Motivation turns into fear. The Stoics believed that inner peace depends on aligning language with reality. Reality is fluid. Language that reflects rigidity creates friction. Language that reflects flexibility creates flow. This does not mean denying values or goals. It means removing unnecessary harshness from how you speak to yourself. You still act, you still care, but you stop punishing yourself with absolutes. Over time, changing language changes emotional tone. The mind becomes less reactive. The body feels safer. Challenges feel manageable instead of overwhelming. The nervous system responds to gentler instructions. This practice requires awareness. You begin to notice when rigid words appear, not to criticize, but to adjust. Each adjustment reduces emotional intensity. The Stoics knew that peace is built through daily habits of thought. Language is one of the most powerful. When words soften, resistance softens. When resistance softens, turmoil fades. Life does not become perfect, but it becomes easier to meet, because the mind is no longer fighting reality with its own vocabulary. And in that shift, the inner world becomes quieter. Not because nothing goes wrong, but because fewer words are demanding that it never should. As language softens and rigid words lose their grip, attention turns inward. Not toward the world, but toward how the mind treats itself. Because even when external judgments quiet down, many people continue to suffer inside a private courtroom that never adjourns. In this courtroom, you play every role. You bring the charges. You examine the evidence. You deliver the verdict. And then you carry out the sentence, all within your own mind. This is self-judgment, and it multiplies suffering in ways that are often invisible. Self-judgment begins with evaluation. You review your actions, your words, your thoughts. This alone is not harmful. Reflection can be useful, but reflection turns into suffering when it becomes prosecution. When the mind stops asking what can be learned and starts declaring what is wrong with you. The inner judge is rarely gentle. It speaks in absolutes. It uses the same rigid language learned over time. I should have known better. I failed. I'm not good enough. These are not neutral observations. They are verdicts. And once a verdict is delivered, punishment follows. The punishment is emotional: shame, guilt, anxiety, withdrawal. The body feels heavy. The chest tightens. Energy drops. The mind replays the evidence again and again, as if repetition will somehow make the pain useful. But it doesn't. It only deepens it. The Stoics warned against this kind of inner cruelty. They believed that wisdom requires honesty, not harshness. Self-judgment confuses the two. It mistakes punishment for accountability. It assumes that suffering is necessary for growth, but suffering rarely teaches clearly. It overwhelms. One reason self-judgment is so powerful is that it feels personal. External criticism can sometimes be dismissed. Internal criticism feels authoritative. The mind trusts its own voice more than anyone else's. When that voice turns hostile, there is no refuge. Self-judgment also ignores context. It judges actions without considering circumstances, limits, or information available at the time. It applies standards learned from others without questioning whether they are fair or realistic. The inner courtroom rarely allows a defense. This process multiplies suffering because it adds a second layer of pain. First, there is the original difficulty, a mistake, a missed opportunity, a moment of weakness. Then comes the judgment about that difficulty. The second layer often hurts more than the first, and it lasts longer. The Stoics practiced a different form of inner review. They examined actions without attacking character. They asked what was within their control and what was not. They focused on adjustment, not condemnation. This kept reflection productive instead of destructive. Self-judgment also traps attention in the past. The mind keeps replaying what should have been done differently. This repetition does not change the outcome. It only reinforces a negative self-image. The present moment is missed while the mind argues with what cannot be changed. Another danger of the inner courtroom is how it shapes identity. When judgments repeat, they become labels. I'm careless. I always mess things up. Over time, these labels feel true. Behavior starts to align with them. The mind fulfills its own verdicts. The Stoics understood that identity should be grounded in values, not mistakes. Actions can be corrected. Character is developed through practice, not punishment. When self-judgment dominates, growth slows because the mind is too busy attacking itself to learn. Ending the inner trial does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means changing tone. You still acknowledge errors, you still make adjustments, but you do so without cruelty. You speak to yourself as you would to someone you respect. This shift feels unfamiliar at first. Many people believe that being hard on themselves is necessary. They fear that without self-judgment, they will become careless. But the opposite is often true. When the mind feels safe, it learns faster. When shame decreases, clarity increases. The Stoics believed that inner peace depends on fairness, and fairness must be applied inward as well as outward. You would not sentence a stranger without context or compassion. Doing so to yourself is no more just. As self-judgment softens, the body responds. Tension decreases, energy returns. The mind becomes more focused on what can be done now rather than what went wrong before. The courtroom grows quiet. Mistakes still happen. Life still challenges. But the inner response changes. Instead of punishment, there is correction. Instead of attack, there is understanding. Instead of endless trials, there is movement forward. Peace grows not because you become perfect, but because you stop turning imperfection into a crime. When you step out of the roles of judge, jury, and executioner, you reclaim something essential. The ability to meet yourself with clarity rather than condemnation. And in that space, growth becomes possible without suffering being the price. As the inner courtroom grows quieter, another pattern becomes easier to notice. one that often feels automatic, justified, even unavoidable. Offense. The sudden tightening when someone speaks a certain way. The heat that rises after a comment. The lingering sting of words that seem to land too close to the self. Being offended feels like something that happens to you, as if it is caused directly by what someone else says or does. But the Stoics saw something most people miss. Offense is not delivered, it is accepted. And that acceptance happens so quickly that it feels like there was no choice at all. Between another person's words and your emotional reaction, the same silent moment exists, the same gap between event and interpretation. Words are heard, tone is noticed. That is the event. Offense arrives only after the mind decides what those words mean about you, about your value, about your status, about your safety. When you feel offended, the mind has already made several judgments: that the comment was meant to harm, that it reflects disrespect, that it threatens something important about who you are. These judgments happen in a flash, so fast that the reaction feels inevitable. But inevitability is an illusion created by speed. The Stoics taught that no one has the power to offend you unless you grant it. This is not denial of hurt. It is recognition of agency. Another person can speak. They can act. They can express ignorance or cruelty. But the emotional wound forms only when the mind agrees with a particular interpretation. This is why the same comment can offend one person and slide past another. One mind accepts the meaning, the other does not. One internalizes the judgment, the other observes it and lets it pass. The difference is not toughness, it is authority over reaction. Offense often feels personal because it touches identity. The mind says, "This is about me." Once identity is involved, the nervous system reacts defensively. The body prepares to protect. Anger appears. Withdrawal appears. The reaction feels urgent because the self feels threatened. But the Stoics questioned this assumption. They asked whether words truly have the power to define you, whether someone else's opinion can actually diminish your character. When examined calmly, the answer is often no. The reaction comes not from damage, but from belief. Offense also feeds the need to correct, to argue, to prove. The mind wants to restore balance by pushing back. This keeps the interaction alive internally, even after it ends externally. The body remains tense. The conversation continues in thought. Peace is postponed. Reclaiming authority over reactions begins with recognizing the choice point. Not after the emotion explodes, but as it begins. You notice the tightening, the surge, and instead of asking, "How could they say that?" you ask, "What meaning am I giving this?" This question creates distance. Distance creates freedom. You may still decide that the comment was inappropriate. You may still set boundaries. But you do so from clarity, not from wounded reactivity. The body stays calmer. The response becomes intentional. The Stoics did not advise passivity. They advised sovereignty. They believed that inner freedom depends on not allowing others to dictate your emotional state. When offense is automatic, power is external. When offense is examined, power returns inward. Another reason offense feels unavoidable is habit. Many people were conditioned to tie self-worth to approval. When approval is threatened, offense arises. But this is learned, not inherent, and learned responses can be unlearned. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means understanding it. When you feel offended, something inside you is asking to be protected. By observing rather than reacting, you meet that need without escalating conflict. The Stoics practiced restraint not because they were emotionless, but because they valued peace more than impulse. They understood that reacting immediately often hands control to someone else. Waiting returns it to you. As this practice develops, words lose some of their sharpness. You hear them, but they do not pierce as deeply. You see intention more clearly. Sometimes there is harm. Sometimes there is ignorance. Sometimes there is nothing at all. Discernment replaces reflex. This change does not make you indifferent. It makes you grounded. You still care. You still respond when needed. But you no longer surrender your inner state to every external stimulus. Offense thrives when reactions are automatic. It fades when awareness enters. Each time you pause before accepting an interpretation, you reclaim a piece of authority over your inner life. The Stoics believed that freedom is not found in controlling others, but in governing oneself. When you realize that being offended is not forced upon you, but chosen unconsciously, a new possibility opens. The possibility of choosing differently. And in that choice, peace becomes less fragile, less dependent on how others speak or behave, more rooted in your own clarity. Words still come and go. Opinions still differ. But you remain steady. Not because the world became kinder, but because you stopped handing it the power to disturb you without consent. As offense loses its grip, another familiar pattern begins to slow down. The endless mental spinning, the replaying, the analyzing that never seems to reach a conclusion. Overthinking often feels like a search for clarity, but the Stoics saw it differently. They understood it as judgment stuck in motion, looping without purpose. Overthinking is not deep thinking. It is repetitive judgment. The mind keeps returning to the same conclusion, the same concern, the same fear, hoping that more thought will finally bring relief. But relief never comes, because the problem is not lack of analysis. It is excess interpretation. Judgment loops form when the mind believes something is unresolved, a conversation, a decision, a future outcome. The mind keeps asking, what if, and why, not to understand, but to gain control. The body stays alert, waiting for certainty. Anxiety grows because certainty is rarely available. The Stoics recognized that the mind often mistakes motion for progress. Thinking feels active, so it feels useful. But when thinking circles the same judgments, it drains energy instead of creating insight. The nervous system remains activated without resolution. Overthinking feeds on imagined futures and revised pasts. The present moment disappears while the mind lives elsewhere. This absence creates tension because the body is always in the present, responding to stress signals generated by thoughts that are not happening now. The Stoic cure was not to stop thinking, but to interrupt the loop. They trained the mind to notice when thought had stopped serving action, when thinking no longer led to choice, but to repetition. That noticing was enough to break the spell. They asked simple, grounding questions. Is this within my control right now? Is there an action I can take in this moment? If the answer was no, they released the thought, not by force, but by refusing to feed it further attention. Overthinking often carries emotional urgency. The mind insists the thought must be solved immediately. But urgency is rarely real. It is a signal created by judgment. When you slow down and sit with the thought without engaging it, urgency fades. The Stoics also practiced returning to sensory reality. feeling the breath, noticing the body, listening to sounds. These acts anchor attention in what is real rather than imagined. Overthinking weakens when attention leaves abstraction and returns to experience. Another way judgment loops persist is through language. The mind uses absolute terms. I can't stop thinking. This is driving me crazy. These statements reinforce the loop. When language softens, the loop loosens. A thought is repeating. That description creates distance. The Stoics understood that thoughts gain power through belief. When you believe every thought requires engagement, the mind never rests. When you see thoughts as impressions rather than commands, rest becomes possible. Overthinking also hides avoidance. The mind stays busy to avoid feeling uncertainty or discomfort. Letting go feels risky. But the Stoics taught that peace requires tolerance of not knowing. When you allow uncertainty without panic, the mind relaxes. Interrupting judgment loops takes practice. At first you notice them late. After hours of spinning, that awareness still matters. Over time you catch them earlier. Eventually you feel the loop forming and choose not to enter. This does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It means separating useful planning from mental rumination. Planning ends with action. Rumination has no endpoint. The Stoics chose clarity over compulsion. As loops weaken, the body responds. Muscles soften. Sleep improves. The mind feels quieter, not empty, but spacious. Thoughts still arise, but they no longer trap attention. The Stoic cure for overthinking is simple, not easy. Notice the judgment. Interrupt the repetition. Return to what is within reach. Repeat. With time, the mind learns a new habit, one that values presence over prediction, action over worry, awareness over endless analysis. And in that habit, peace finds room to settle. Not because life stopped presenting questions, but because the mind stopped demanding answers it could never control. As overthinking loosens its grip, another subtle habit comes into focus, one that feels harmless, even practical. A habit many people mistake for simple awareness. Comparison. It appears as observation, but beneath the surface, it is judgment wearing a calm mask. Comparison begins quietly. You notice where you stand in relation to others, their success, their pace, their appearance, their calm. At first, it feels like neutral information, just noticing differences. But the moment comparison turns inward, judgment enters, and with judgment comes dissatisfaction. The Stoics understood that comparison is never just about facts. It always carries meaning. When you compare, you are not only seeing difference, you are deciding what that difference says about you. Better, worse, ahead, behind, enough, not enough. The mind rarely compares without drawing a conclusion. This is why comparison almost always disturbs peace. There is no stable endpoint, no finish line where the mind finally rests. There will always be someone with more, less, faster, slower, easier, harder. When self-worth is tied to comparison, calm becomes fragile. It depends on where you stand in a shifting landscape. Comparison also pulls attention away from reality. Instead of meeting your own experience, you measure it against an imagined standard. That standard is often incomplete or distorted. You see outcomes, not effort, highlights, not context. The mind compares your full inner life to someone else's surface. The Stoics warned against this because it turns life into a constant evaluation. Moments lose their value unless they outperform something else. Satisfaction is postponed. Gratitude fades. The present becomes insufficient because it is always being measured against another version of reality. Comparison also feeds scarcity. The mind believes that value is limited, that someone else's success reduces your own. This belief creates tension. It frames life as competition rather than participation. Even joy feels conditional. Another hidden cost of comparison is how it reshapes goals. Instead of asking what aligns with your values, the mind asks what will look better. Decisions become externally driven. You chase outcomes that impress rather than fulfill. This often leads to burnout because the motivation is borrowed, not rooted. The Stoics practiced turning attention inward, not in isolation but in alignment. They focused on what was within their control, their actions, their effort, their character. Comparison distracts from all three. It pulls attention toward outcomes you cannot fully manage. Comparison also distorts time. You compare your current chapter to someone else's highlight. You forget that growth is not synchronized. Paths unfold at different speeds. The mind ignores this and rushes to judgment anyway. This is why comparison breeds dissatisfaction, even in success. You achieve something, but the mind immediately looks sideways. Someone else did more, did it faster, did it better. The satisfaction evaporates. Peace is delayed again. The Stoics believed that contentment comes from self-measurement, not comparison. They asked whether they were acting with wisdom, courage, and fairness. These standards do not depend on others. They provide stability. When you measure against values rather than people, peace becomes more reliable. Comparison also fuels envy and shame. Envy looks outward and resents. Shame looks inward and diminishes. Both arise from the same judgment, that worth is comparative. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed worth is intrinsic to character, not rank. Breaking the habit of comparison does not mean ignoring others. It means changing how you relate to difference. Difference becomes information, not evaluation. Someone else's success becomes neutral. It neither threatens nor defines you. This shift requires awareness. You begin to notice when comparison appears, not to judge it, but to redirect attention. You ask, what does this have to do with my path? Often, the answer is nothing. As comparison weakens, dissatisfaction softens. You begin to experience moments fully. Progress feels meaningful again. Effort feels honest. The mind stops scanning for proof of inadequacy. The Stoics knew that peace grows when attention returns home, to what you are doing, to how you are living, to whether your actions align with your values. When comparison fades, clarity returns. Life does not become static. Others still succeed. Others still struggle. But their paths stop dictating your emotional state. You walk your own road without constantly looking sideways. And in that focus, something simple and powerful emerges: contentment. Not because you have everything, but because you are no longer measuring yourself against what was never yours to carry. As comparison loosens its hold, another belief quietly begins to crack, one that feels deeply ingrained, almost unquestionable. The idea that certain people, words, or situations make you feel a certain way, that emotions are pulled out of you by external triggers. This belief sounds true. It feels true, but the Stoics saw it as an illusion. The language of being triggered suggests loss of control. It implies that emotion is caused directly by something outside of you. Someone says a sentence, and anger appears. A situation happens, and anxiety follows. The chain feels obvious. Event leads to feeling. But when examined closely, there is a missing link. Judgment. Nothing enters the mind already labeled with emotion. Sounds are just sounds. Words are vibrations. Situations are sequences of facts. Emotion appears only after the mind decides what those things mean. This decision is so fast that it disappears from awareness. The emotion seems to arrive on its own, but it doesn't. The Stoics insisted on this point because it returns power to the individual. If emotions were caused directly by external events, peace would always be fragile. Anyone could steal it. Anything could disrupt it. But if emotions arise from interpretation, then interpretation becomes the point of influence. This does not mean emotions are fake or chosen deliberately. They are real experiences in the body, but their cause is internal, not external. The mind interprets. The body responds. The event itself remains neutral. This is why the same trigger does not affect everyone equally. One person hears criticism and feels motivated. Another hears the same words and feels crushed. If the trigger were the cause, the reaction would be the same. The difference lies in the meaning assigned. Believing in emotional triggers can feel comforting at first. It explains pain. It assigns responsibility elsewhere. But it also creates helplessness. If something else controls how you feel, you must constantly manage your environment to stay calm. That is exhausting and impossible. The Stoics offered a harder truth, but a freeing one. They taught that emotional disturbance begins with assent. The moment the mind agrees with an interpretation, when you say, "This is threatening," the body reacts. When you say, "This is unbearable," anxiety surges. The emotion follows belief. This is not about blaming yourself for feelings. It is about understanding their origin. When you see that emotion is a response to meaning, not to events, you gain space. Space to question, space to pause, space to choose a different response. Emotional triggers often come from past experiences. A current situation resembles an old one. The mind fills in the meaning automatically. Fear, anger, or sadness appears before you realize what happened. The body reacts to memory, not to the present moment. The Stoics trained themselves to notice this. They asked whether the current situation truly deserved the reaction it was receiving. Often, it did not. The body was responding to history, not reality. Understanding this illusion does not make emotions disappear, but it changes how you relate to them. Instead of asking, "Why did this trigger me?" you ask, "What did I just believe?" That question shifts attention from blame to awareness. This awareness slows the process. You may still feel the emotion, but it passes more quickly. The mind does not build a story around it. It does not justify or escalate it. The body settles sooner. The idea that nothing makes you feel anything can sound cold. It is not. It is respectful. It treats you as capable. It acknowledges that your inner life is not at the mercy of every external movement. The Stoics believed that freedom begins where automatic reactions end. Not because you suppress emotion, but because you understand it. You stop treating feelings as invaders and start seeing them as signals created by thought. This understanding also reduces fear of emotion. When you know where feelings come from, they become less mysterious, less overwhelming. You stop bracing against them. You allow them to arise and fall without panic. As this belief loosens, life feels less volatile. People say things, situations change, but your inner state becomes more stable, not rigid. stable, responsive rather than reactive. Peace grows when you stop outsourcing your emotional life, when you realize that while you cannot control every event, you can influence how those events are interpreted. That influence is subtle, quiet, but powerful. The Stoics did not promise a life without emotion. They promised a life without unnecessary disturbance. And that promise begins with letting go of the illusion that your emotions are controlled from the outside. Nothing reaches inside you on its own. Meaning opens the door. When you learn to watch meaning form, you regain authority over how deeply things affect you. And in that authority, calm stops being something you chase. It becomes something you protect. As the illusion of emotional triggers fades, another habit quietly comes into view, one that feels like strength, intelligence, and preparation. Certainty, the firm conclusions, the fixed beliefs, the need to know exactly what things mean and how they will unfold. At first, certainty feels calming, but over time it becomes one of the mind's greatest sources of anxiety. Certainty promises safety. When the mind believes it understands how things work, it relaxes for a moment. It feels prepared. But this calm is fragile, because reality is not fixed. It moves, it shifts, it surprises. And when certainty meets change, the nervous system reacts as if something dangerous has occurred. Rigid judgments create narrow expectations. When the mind says, "This is how it is," it closes off alternatives. Any deviation becomes a threat. Anxiety rises not because something bad happened, but because something unexpected did. The mind struggles to adapt because it invested too heavily in one version of reality. The Stoics understood that certainty feels comforting but is deeply unstable. Life does not cooperate with rigid beliefs. People change. Circumstances evolve. Plans fail. When the mind insists on certainty, it must constantly defend itself against reality. This defense creates tension. The body stays alert, waiting for contradiction. Anxiety thrives in this environment. The mind scans for anything that might disrupt its conclusions. It anticipates problems. It rehearses outcomes. It tightens around control. This constant vigilance exhausts the nervous system. Peace becomes conditional on things staying the same. Certainty also magnifies fear of the unknown. When you believe you must know what will happen to feel safe, uncertainty feels dangerous. The future becomes a source of threat rather than possibility. The mind fills gaps with worry because it cannot tolerate not knowing. The Stoics took a different approach. They accepted uncertainty as a natural condition of life. They did not seek to eliminate it. They learned to live alongside it. This acceptance reduced anxiety because the mind stopped fighting what could not be controlled. Rigid judgments also create emotional brittleness. When beliefs are inflexible, even small challenges feel overwhelming. A single contradiction can shake confidence. The mind reacts strongly because its structure is too tight to bend. Certainty turns opinions into identities. When you believe you must be right to be safe, disagreement feels threatening. The body reacts defensively. Anxiety appears in social situations, conversations, decisions. The mind fears being exposed as wrong, not because wrongness is dangerous, but because identity is attached to belief. The Stoics separated wisdom from certainty. They valued understanding, not fixed conclusions. They held beliefs lightly, knowing that clarity improves with openness. This flexibility allowed them to adapt without panic. Certainty also distorts perception. When the mind believes it already knows, it stops observing. It filters information to fit existing judgments. New data is ignored or resisted. This creates blind spots. Reality feels hostile because it keeps contradicting expectations the mind refuses to revise. Anxiety increases when the mind is out of sync with reality. The more rigid the belief, the more friction arises. The body senses this mismatch and responds with stress. The system stays activated because it is constantly correcting for surprise. Letting go of certainty does not mean becoming confused or passive. It means replacing rigid conclusions with curiosity. Instead of saying, "This will go badly," the mind says, "I will see how this unfolds." That shift lowers pressure. The body relaxes because it no longer needs to predict everything. The Stoics practiced preparedness without attachment. They planned actions but accepted outcomes. They focused on response rather than prediction. This kept anxiety low because their peace did not depend on foresight. Uncertainty becomes less threatening when you trust your ability to respond. Anxiety often comes from believing you must control outcomes to be safe. When you trust your capacity to meet whatever arises, the future loses some of its weight. Certainty also limits growth. When the mind believes it already knows, learning slows. Mistakes feel dangerous. Anxiety grows because error is seen as failure rather than feedback. The Stoics embraced learning by accepting not knowing. This kept the mind open and calm. As rigid judgments soften, reality feels less hostile. Change becomes information rather than danger. The mind stops bracing against surprise. The nervous system receives fewer false alarms. Peace does not come from knowing everything. It comes from being flexible enough to meet anything. When certainty loosens, anxiety has less ground to stand on. Life remains unpredictable, but unpredictability stops feeling like a threat. It becomes a feature rather than a flaw. And in that acceptance, the mind finds steadiness not through control, but through adaptability. The Stoics knew that certainty is tempting, but costly. It trades short-term comfort for long-term tension. Letting it go feels uncomfortable at first, but what replaces it is something far more stable. A calm that does not depend on knowing, only on responding with clarity when the moment arrives. And in that calm, reality no longer feels like something to fear. It becomes something you can meet, moment by moment, without needing it to stay still. As certainty softens and anxiety loses its grip, a quiet question naturally rises. If judgment causes so much disturbance, does that mean we should stop evaluating altogether? Should we stop deciding, choosing, or distinguishing? The Stoics answered this with a clear and important distinction. The problem is not discernment. The problem is judgment. Judgment is emotional attachment to an interpretation. Discernment is clear seeing without emotional entanglement. One agitates the mind, the other steadies it. Understanding the difference changes how you move through the world. Judgment rushes to conclusions. It labels quickly and reacts strongly. It says, "This is bad. This is unacceptable. This threatens me." Discernment pauses. It observes. It gathers information. It asks what is useful, what is true, what is within control. It does not panic. It does not dramatize. The Stoics were not passive observers of life. They made decisions. They took action. They held values. but they refused to let emotional judgment contaminate perception. They wanted to see things as they were, not as fear or desire painted them. Judgment entangles identity. When you judge, you often fuse the situation with who you are. A mistake becomes, "I am a failure." A disagreement becomes, "I am disrespected." The mind feels personally threatened and emotions surge. Discernment avoids this fusion. It keeps the self separate from the event. Something happened. It does not define you. This separation is what preserves peace. When discernment is active, emotions still arise, but they do not take over. You can feel concern without panic. You can feel disappointment without despair. You can respond firmly without anger. Judgment also tends to be global. It takes one event and expands it. One problem becomes a pattern. One flaw becomes a character trait. Discernment stays specific. It looks at what happened here, now, without extending it into everything else. The Stoics trained discernment by constantly asking what was in their control. This question filters perception. It removes emotional noise. If something is not within your control, judgment only adds suffering. Discernment recognizes this and redirects attention toward what can be done. Judgment often carries urgency. It demands immediate reaction. Discernment allows time. It understands that clarity improves when emotion settles. This delay is not avoidance. It is intelligence. Another key difference is tone. Judgment is harsh. Even when directed outward, it poisons the inner world. Discernment is neutral. It does not insult or attack. It assesses. This neutrality protects the nervous system from unnecessary activation. Many people fear that without judgment they will become careless or indifferent. The Stoics knew the opposite was true. Judgment clouds perception. Discernment sharpens it. When you are not emotionally entangled, you see more accurately. You make better decisions. You act with steadiness. Discernment also allows flexibility. Judgment locks you into a position. Once something is labeled, the mind defends the label. Discernment stays open. It adjusts as new information appears. This adaptability reduces stress because the mind is not constantly defending a fixed view. Judgment seeks certainty. Discernment accepts complexity. Life is rarely simple. When the mind insists on simple labels, it creates conflict. Discernment holds nuance without anxiety. The Stoics practiced this distinction daily. They noticed impressions as they arose and chose whether to assent to them. They did not suppress judgment, they examined it. If it carried emotional heat, they paused. If it aligned with reason and values, they acted. This practice changes relationships. When you replace judgment with discernment, you listen more. You react less. Conflict de-escalates because you are not defending an emotional position. You respond to what is actually happening. It also changes self-perception. You can see your own mistakes clearly without self-attack. Discernment allows learning without shame. Growth becomes steady rather than painful. Peace grows in this clarity, not because life becomes easier, but because perception becomes cleaner. You stop adding emotional weight to situations that do not require it. The Stoics believed that wisdom is the art of seeing clearly, not seeing perfectly, but seeing honestly, without exaggeration, without fear, without attachment. Judgment tells you what to feel. Discernment shows you what is. One traps you in reaction, the other frees you to choose. When you learn this distinction, you do not lose your ability to decide. You gain something far more valuable: the ability to decide without losing yourself in the process. And in that balance, peace stops being fragile. It no longer depends on getting things right or avoiding mistakes. It rests on clarity, on seeing without distortion, on moving through life with awareness instead of entanglement. This is the Stoic path. Not numbing the mind, not surrendering discernment, but refining perception until wisdom and calm begin to walk together. As discernment replaces judgment, perception grows sharper and calmer. Yet there is one habit that often slips through unnoticed, even in a disciplined mind: the habit of interpreting intentions. Not actions, not words, but the motives we believe sit behind them. This habit quietly disturbs the mind more than most people realize. Interpreting intentions feels intelligent. It feels like social awareness. You notice a tone, a delay, a look, and the mind fills in the reason. They meant to ignore you. They were trying to undermine you. They don't care. These conclusions arrive quickly and feel convincing. But they are rarely grounded in fact. The Stoics warned against this because intentions are hidden by nature. You cannot see them. You cannot verify them. Yet the mind treats its guesses as truth. And once a motive is assumed, emotion follows immediately. Suspicion breeds tension. Assumed disrespect breeds anger. Imagined rejection breeds hurt. The event itself is often simple. Someone did not reply. Someone spoke briefly. Someone changed plans. The disturbance comes not from what happened, but from what you think it means about their inner world. The mind turns uncertainty into certainty by inventing motives, and that invention fuels emotional unrest. Assuming intentions personalizes events. It makes them about you. When the mind believes someone acted with negative intent, the nervous system reacts defensively. Trust erodes. The body prepares for conflict. Even neutral interactions feel charged. The Stoics practiced restraint here because they understood how unreliable this kind of interpretation is. People act from countless pressures, fears, distractions, and limitations. Most behavior has little to do with you, but the mind prefers a clear story, even if it is wrong, over ambiguity. This preference creates psychological cost. The mind carries imagined conflicts. It replays conversations. It prepares arguments. It stays alert around people who may not pose any real threat. Energy is spent defending against something that exists only in interpretation. Interpreting intentions also damages relationships. When you assume motive, you stop listening. You react to what you think the person meant, not to what they actually said or did. Misunderstandings grow, distance increases, the mind becomes isolated by its own conclusions. The Stoics chose a different path. They focused on actions and facts. What was said, what was done, what changed. They avoided guessing why unless it was necessary for action. This kept perception clean. It reduced emotional noise. When motive is unclear, the Stoic response was to suspend judgment, not to excuse behavior, but to remain open. This openness protects peace. It prevents unnecessary emotional escalation. Assuming intentions also feeds resentment. The mind builds a narrative of being wronged. Even without evidence, the story feels real. The body responds as if harm occurred. Over time, this creates bitterness toward people who may be unaware of any issue. Another cost is self-doubt. When you assume negative intent from others, you often turn inward. What did I do wrong? Why don't they respect me? This internal questioning can erode confidence, again, without facts. The Stoics believed clarity requires humility. Admitting that you do not know what others think or intend is not weakness, it is accuracy. When you accept not knowing, the mind relaxes. It stops filling gaps with threat. This does not mean ignoring patterns of behavior. Discernment still applies. Repeated actions can inform decisions, but discernment relies on evidence, not speculation. It remains grounded in what can be observed. When you stop interpreting intentions, emotional reactions soften. You respond to what is present, not to imagined narratives. Conversations feel lighter. Interactions feel safer. The mind spends less time defending itself. This practice also brings freedom. You no longer carry the burden of decoding everyone else's inner world. You allow people to be complex, distracted, imperfect, and you allow yourself to remain calm in the face of uncertainty. The Stoics understood that peace depends on reducing unnecessary assumptions. The fewer stories you tell about hidden motives, the quieter the mind becomes. Life is already complex enough without adding imagined meanings. When you focus on what is visible and actionable, you conserve emotional energy. You act when action is needed. You let go when it is not. Assuming intentions feels like understanding, but it often creates confusion. Suspending that assumption creates space. In that space, peace finds room to settle. The mind does not need to know why everything happens. It needs to know how to respond wisely. When you stop guessing motives, you return attention to what you can actually work with. And in that clarity, the world feels less hostile. Not because people changed, but because you stopped fighting stories that were never confirmed. As the habit of interpreting intentions begins to fade, another pattern becomes visible beneath it, one that often hides behind pain, memory, and justification. The identity of being wronged. Victimhood does not appear all at once. It is built slowly, reinforced by judgment, and maintained through repetition. Victimhood is not the experience of harm. Harm is real. Loss is real. Injustice happens. Victimhood is what forms afterward, when the mind continues to judge the past in a way that freezes identity. It says, "This defines me," or "I am powerless because of what happened." The event may be over, but the judgment keeps it alive. The Stoics made a clear distinction here. They acknowledged suffering without allowing it to become a permanent position. They understood that pain can occur without turning the self into a victim. The difference lies in interpretation, in what the mind decides the event means about your power now. Victimhood is sustained by judgments that remove agency. Thoughts like, "There was nothing I could do," or "This ruined everything," or "I will never recover from this." These are not descriptions of events. They are conclusions about the future and the self. Once believed, they narrow possibility. The mind often clings to victimhood because it explains pain. It gives a clear story. Someone caused this. Something was taken. You were denied. This explanation can feel stabilizing at first, but over time, it becomes a cage. Every new experience is filtered through the old narrative. The past dictates the present. Judgment plays a central role in maintaining this state. The mind repeatedly returns to the same verdict. What happened was unfair. It should not have happened. It should have gone differently. These judgments may be accurate in a moral sense, but when they dominate awareness, they prevent movement forward. The Stoics warned that dwelling on what should have been creates paralysis. It keeps attention locked on what cannot be changed. Power drains away because energy is spent arguing with reality instead of responding to it. Victimhood also reshapes perception. Neutral events are interpreted as further proof of helplessness. Small setbacks feel confirming. Progress is overlooked. The mind becomes selective, gathering evidence that supports the narrative while ignoring what contradicts it. This is not conscious dishonesty. It is how judgment works. Once a story is established, the mind defends it. Identity becomes attached to the narrative. Letting go feels risky, as if abandoning the story means minimizing the pain. But releasing victimhood does not deny what happened. It changes what you carry forward. The Stoics believed that dignity lies in response, not in circumstances. They focused on what remains within control after harm occurs. Your character, your choices, your attitude toward what happened. These are not erased by injustice. They remain available even when much is lost. Breaking free from victimhood begins with noticing how judgment frames the self. You ask whether the story you are telling preserves power or removes it. Does it allow movement or does it keep you frozen? Often the answer becomes clear. This shift does not require forgiveness or forgetting. It requires reclaiming agency. You acknowledge the harm, but you refuse to let it dictate who you are now. The event becomes part of your history, not your identity. Victimhood also thrives on comparison. You compare your life to how it could have been. That imagined version becomes a source of constant grief. The Stoics avoided this comparison because it creates endless dissatisfaction. The imagined past cannot be lived. Only the present can be shaped. When judgment softens, the narrative begins to loosen. The mind stops repeating the same conclusions. Space opens for new interpretations, ones that include strength, adaptation, resilience, not as forced positivity, but as accurate recognition of what you have already survived. The body responds to this shift. Tension decreases. Energy returns. The nervous system no longer braces against an identity built on harm. You begin to feel capable again, not because the past changed, but because your relationship to it did. The Stoics believed that inner freedom is possible even in difficult circumstances, not because circumstances are ignored, but because they are not allowed to define the self. Victimhood collapses when judgment no longer insists on powerlessness. This does not mean denying anger or sadness. These emotions may arise. They deserve acknowledgement, but they do not need to become permanent labels. Feelings pass. Identities linger. When you stop reinforcing the victim narrative, life begins to open again. Choices appear. Possibilities return. You engage with the present rather than defending the past. Breaking free from victimhood is not a dramatic declaration. It is a quiet decision made repeatedly. Each time you choose response over replay. Each time you act where you can, instead of arguing where you cannot. The Stoics taught that while you cannot control what happens to you, you can control what you become in response. That control is subtle, but real, and it is enough to restore dignity and peace. When judgment no longer insists that you are defined by what happened, the mind releases its grip. You are no longer a character trapped in an old story. You are a participant in the present moment again. And in that return, power quietly comes back, not as dominance over others, but as ownership of your inner life. The freedom to move forward without dragging the weight of old judgments behind you. As the grip of victimhood loosens, a new kind of movement becomes possible. Not the slow work of reflection after the fact, but something more immediate, something alive in the moment itself. The ability to change how an event is labeled while it is still happening. This is where Stoic practice becomes active, not philosophical. This is cognitive freedom in real time. Most people believe that meaning arrives already attached to events, that something happens and it simply is bad, stressful, insulting, or disappointing. But the Stoics saw meaning as flexible. They understood that the first label placed on an event shapes the entire emotional response that follows. Change the label, and you change the experience. Relabeling does not mean lying to yourself. It means choosing a description that is accurate without being harmful. It means noticing the first word the mind reaches for and asking whether it is the only option. Often, it is not. An event occurs. A plan falls apart. The mind wants to call it a disaster. That label invites panic. The body responds accordingly. But if the event is labeled as a change, the body stays calmer. The situation remains the same. The experience shifts. This skill works because the brain responds to interpretation faster than reason. The emotional system takes cues from language. When you label something as threatening, the nervous system activates. When you label it as neutral or manageable, the body stays regulated. Relabeling is not positive thinking. It is emotional precision. The Stoics practiced this by keeping labels close to facts. They avoided dramatic words. They replaced emotional judgments with functional descriptions. Instead of "this is unbearable," they said, "this is uncomfortable." Instead of "this ruined everything," they said, "this did not go as planned." Each shift reduced suffering without denying reality. What makes real-time relabeling powerful is timing. The earlier it happens, the less momentum the emotional reaction gains. Once a strong label is believed, the body commits to it. Muscles tense, thoughts spiral. Relabeling later is possible, but harder. Doing it early keeps the system flexible. This practice also restores a sense of choice. When you realize that meaning is not fixed, you stop feeling trapped by reactions. You begin to see multiple ways to frame the same event. That awareness alone brings relief. The mind feels less cornered. Relabeling also interrupts old patterns. Many reactions are rehearsed. The same event triggers the same label every time. Stress, failure, rejection. By changing the label, you disrupt the habit. The mind no longer runs on autopilot. This does not mean suppressing emotion. Emotions still arise, but they arise in proportion to the new label. A challenge feels like a challenge, not a catastrophe. Disappointment feels like disappointment, not despair. The emotional volume stays appropriate. The Stoics believed this was the core of freedom. Not freedom from events, but freedom from compulsory interpretation. You cannot stop things from happening, but you can stop handing them immediate control over your inner state. Relabeling also improves action. When the mind is calm, decisions are clearer. Solutions appear. When an event is labeled as a crisis, the mind narrows. When it is labeled as a problem to solve, the mind opens. Same situation, different outcome. This skill takes practice because the first label often appears automatically. You may not catch it at first. That is normal. Over time, awareness sharpens. You notice the label as it forms. That moment of noticing is the opening. You gently replace it with something more accurate and less harmful. The Stoics did not aim to remove difficulty. They aimed to remove unnecessary suffering layered on top of difficulty. Relabeling is one of the fastest ways to do that. It also builds trust in yourself. You begin to feel capable of meeting moments without being overwhelmed. That confidence reduces anxiety about the future. You trust that whatever arises, you can frame it in a way that keeps you steady. Relabeling does not deny emotion. It guides it. It keeps emotion from running ahead of reality. It keeps the mind from turning every turn into a threat. As this practice deepens, life feels lighter in real time. You are no longer cleaning up emotional damage after the fact. You are preventing much of it from forming. Moments pass without leaving scars. The Stoics knew that freedom is not dramatic. It is quiet. It lives in small choices made again and again. The choice of words, the choice of meaning, the choice to respond instead of react. When you master the art of relabeling, you reclaim something essential: the ability to stay present without being hijacked by interpretation, the ability to meet life as it unfolds without adding extra weight. This is immediate freedom, not promised later, not earned after years, available now, in the next moment that arrives. And once you taste it, you begin to see how often suffering was optional, not because life was easy, but because meaning was never as fixed as it once seemed. As relabeling becomes possible in real time, a strange reaction often appears. Not relief, not peace, but discomfort. A subtle unease that feels almost wrong. This surprises many people. If neutrality reduces suffering, why does it feel unsettling at first? The answer lives in the nervous system. The body is not used to neutrality. It has been trained for judgment, for reaction, for quick conclusions, for emotional spikes that signal danger or reward. When judgment pauses, the nervous system loses a familiar rhythm, and unfamiliar calm can feel threatening. For years, the mind has used judgment to create certainty. Even painful certainty felt safer than openness. Labeling something as bad, unfair, or dangerous gave the body a clear signal: fight, protect, prepare. Neutrality removes that signal. The body no longer knows what to do, so it becomes restless. This is why neutrality can feel like numbness or loss at first. The mind asks, "Why don't I feel strongly about this?" The body expects tension and finds none. It interprets this absence as danger, not because neutrality is harmful, but because it is unfamiliar. The Stoics understood this reaction deeply. They knew that non-judgment does not instantly feel peaceful. It feels exposed. Without labels, the mind cannot predict. Without prediction, the nervous system feels unprotected. Old survival circuits begin to fire, urging the mind to judge again, just to regain control. Judgment has long acted as emotional armor. Even when it caused suffering, it provided structure. Neutrality removes that structure. It leaves the moment open. Open moments require presence, and presence demands trust. Trust that you can handle what arises without immediately categorizing it. This is why the mind often rushes back to judgment. Not because judgment is true, but because it is familiar. Familiar patterns feel safe to the nervous system, even when they hurt. Neutrality threatens the status quo. Another reason neutrality feels uncomfortable is identity. Many people are emotionally attached to their reactions. Strong opinions feel like personality. Letting go of judgment can feel like losing a part of yourself. The mind asks, "Who am I if I don't react this way?" That question creates unease. The Stoics did not see neutrality as emptiness. They saw it as clarity. But clarity does not excite the nervous system. It calms it. And calm can feel boring, even alarming, to a system accustomed to stimulation. The body also associates emotional intensity with meaning. When reactions are strong, life feels important. When reactions soften, the mind worries that something is missing. It confuses calm with apathy, but they are not the same. Neutrality does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop overreacting. It means you care without letting emotion overwhelm perception. The nervous system needs time to learn this difference. At first, neutrality may feel like holding your breath emotionally. The mind waits for the familiar surge. When it doesn't come, anxiety appears. This anxiety is not caused by the event. It is caused by the absence of the usual reaction. The Stoics trained themselves to sit with this discomfort, not to suppress it, but to allow it. They knew that the nervous system would recalibrate over time. That calm would begin to feel safe once it was experienced repeatedly without danger. This process is similar to silence. A noisy mind finds silence uncomfortable. It feels empty. But with time, silence becomes restorative. Neutrality follows the same path. At first, it feels unnatural. Then, it becomes stabilizing. Another layer of resistance comes from habit. Judgment has been rehearsed for years. Neutrality is new. New neural pathways require repetition. Until they strengthen, the old ones protest. This protest feels like discomfort. The Stoics accepted this as part of practice. They did not expect instant peace. They expected adjustment. They trusted that the nervous system could learn to rest without constant evaluation. Over time, neutrality stops feeling flat and starts feeling spacious. The body realizes it is not under threat. The mind stops searching for problems. Attention widens. Breathing deepens. Energy returns. What once felt like emptiness becomes relief. The absence of judgment reveals presence. You begin to notice details again. Light, movement, sound. Things that were missed while the mind was busy reacting. Neutrality also creates emotional resilience. When the nervous system is no longer constantly activated, it recovers faster. Stress passes more quickly. You are less drained by daily events. The Stoics believed that peace is not dramatic. It does not shout. It does not rush. It settles quietly, and quiet takes time to feel safe. If neutrality feels uncomfortable, it does not mean you are doing something wrong. It means you are interrupting old patterns. You are giving the nervous system a new experience, one without constant threat signals. The discomfort is temporary. It is the body learning a new language. A language where not everything needs to be judged, where not every moment requires defense. As you stay with neutrality, the nervous system adapts. What once felt unsettling begins to feel grounding. The mind stops craving reaction. Calm becomes familiar. And in that familiarity, peace stops feeling fragile. It becomes a steady background. Not because life stopped changing, but because the nervous system stopped treating every change as a danger. The Stoics knew that freedom does not arrive with fireworks. It arrives with patience, with allowing discomfort to pass without turning it into meaning. Neutrality feels strange at first because it is new. But once the body learns it is safe, it becomes one of the most stable forms of inner peace available. As neutrality begins to feel safer, another tension often rises to the surface: the discomfort of not knowing. Uncertainty. Many people assume fear comes from the unknown itself. But the Stoics saw something more precise. Fear does not come from uncertainty. It comes from what judgment says about uncertainty. Uncertainty on its own is empty space. It has no emotion attached. It is simply the absence of information. Fear enters only when the mind labels that absence as dangerous. When the unknown is judged as threatening, the body reacts as if harm is approaching. The nervous system tightens, not because something bad is happening, but because the mind predicts that it might. Judgment fills gaps quickly. The mind dislikes open space. It wants conclusions. When certainty is unavailable, judgment rushes in to create one, and the conclusions it creates are often negative. This could go wrong. I won't be able to handle it. Something bad is coming. These are not facts. They are attempts to regain control. The Stoics understood that the mind prefers a painful certainty over a neutral unknown. At least certainty feels solid. But this preference comes at a cost. Once uncertainty is labeled as danger, fear becomes constant. The future turns into a threat rather than a mystery. Fear feels real because the body responds to judgment as if it were truth. Stress hormones release. Muscles tense. Attention narrows. The system prepares for defense. Yet nothing has actually occurred. The reaction is entirely generated by interpretation. This is why anticipation often feels worse than reality. The mind imagines scenarios, judges them as catastrophic, and the body suffers in advance. When the event finally arrives, it is often less intense than the fear that preceded it. The suffering came from judgment, not from the unknown itself. The Stoics practiced reframing uncertainty as neutral space. Not good, not bad, just open. They understood that the unknown contains many possibilities, not all of them harmful. Judgment collapses possibility into threat. Neutrality keeps possibility open. When you stop labeling uncertainty as dangerous, the body responds differently. Alertness softens. Breath deepens. The nervous system remains flexible instead of rigid. You stay present instead of bracing for impact. This does not mean ignoring risks. Discernment still applies. You prepare where preparation is possible, but you stop predicting disaster where information is missing. Preparation is calm. Prediction is anxious. The Stoics trusted their ability to respond rather than their ability to foresee. This trust reduces fear because safety no longer depends on knowing the future. It depends on meeting the present wisely. Uncertainty becomes more manageable when you notice the judgment attached to it. You ask, "What am I assuming about what I don't know?" Often, the assumption is worse than any evidence supports. Seeing this loosens fear's grip. The unknown also offers freedom. Without fixed expectations, you are not disappointed when things unfold differently. You adapt more easily. Flexibility replaces anxiety. Judgment turns uncertainty into fear by insisting on certainty. When that insistence drops, fear fades. The unknown returns to what it always was. Space. The Stoics believed peace does not require knowing what will happen. It requires trusting your capacity to respond when something does. When uncertainty is allowed to remain neutral, the future stops feeling like an enemy. In that openness, the mind rests, not because answers were found, but because it stopped demanding them before they existed. As uncertainty becomes less threatening, another familiar source of suffering begins to lose its intensity. The suffering that happens before anything even occurs. The tightness that arrives days in advance. The sleepless nights spent rehearsing outcomes that never fully materialize. This is the quiet burden of anticipation. Anticipation feels protective. The mind believes that by thinking ahead, it is preparing you, but more often than not, it is punishing you early. The pain felt in anticipation is rarely proportional to what actually happens. When the moment finally arrives, it is usually shorter, clearer, and more manageable than the fear that preceded it. The Stoics understood this well. They observed that the mind suffers most when it leaves the present and lives in imagined futures. The body responds to these imagined scenarios as if they are real. Stress hormones release, muscles tense, breath becomes shallow. The nervous system does not distinguish between what is happening now and what is vividly imagined. Future-based judgments create imagined pain. The mind looks ahead and decides what the future will mean. This will be unbearable. I won't handle it. Everything will fall apart. These judgments are not predictions. They are emotional conclusions formed without evidence, yet the body believes them completely. This is why anticipation often feels worse than the event itself. The event has limits. It begins and ends. Anticipation has no boundaries. The mind can replay imagined pain endlessly. Each replay reinforces fear. Each fear strengthens belief. The suffering multiplies without restraint. The Stoics warned that the mind often mistakes imagination for foresight. But imagining pain does not prevent pain. It only adds more of it. You suffer once in thought, and then again if the event actually occurs. And often, the second suffering is lighter than the first. Anticipation also steals the present. While the mind worries about what might happen, it misses what is happening. Meals are eaten without taste. Conversations are half heard. Rest becomes impossible. Life narrows to a single imagined moment that has not yet arrived. Future-based judgments also assume permanence. The mind imagines a future moment and treats it as lasting. If this happens, I will never recover. This belief intensifies fear, but no moment lasts forever. Even difficult experiences move. The Stoics trusted this movement. They knew that time changes everything. Another reason anticipation hurts so much is that it removes agency. The imagined future feels fixed. You see only one outcome, the worst one. This lack of flexibility makes the mind feel trapped. Anxiety grows because there appears to be no escape. The Stoics reframed anticipation by returning to what was actually available, the present moment. They asked what could be done now. Often the answer was simple. Prepare if preparation is possible. Rest if it is not. Worry was never part of the solution. They also practiced reducing the imagined scope of the future. Instead of thinking in days, weeks, or months, they narrowed attention to the next action, the next breath, the next step. This grounded the nervous system and reduced imagined suffering. Anticipation thrives on certainty about outcomes. When you accept that you do not know exactly how things will unfold, fear softens, possibility returns. The future becomes less rigid, less threatening. The Stoics did not deny that some events are difficult. They denied that suffering ahead of time was useful. They trusted that strength appears when needed, not before. This trust reduced anxiety because it removed the demand to be ready for everything at once. When anticipation loses its grip, the body feels relief. The mind stops rehearsing pain. Energy returns to the present. You begin to notice that many feared moments pass quickly or unfold differently than expected. This does not mean abandoning planning. It means separating planning from emotional projection. Planning is calm and specific. Anticipation is emotional and vague. One prepares you, the other exhausts you. As this distinction becomes clear, the mind learns to rest. It stops living ahead of itself. It stays where life actually is. The Stoics believed that peace depends on staying aligned with reality. Reality happens now, not tomorrow, not in imagined scenarios. When attention returns to the present, suffering decreases naturally. You begin to realize that many of your hardest moments were never experienced. They were imagined, lived in thought, paid for in advance. When future-based judgments soften, the mind regains balance. You face what arrives when it arrives, not before, not twice. And in that restraint, life feels lighter. Not because nothing difficult happens, but because you stop carrying pain that does not yet exist. You stop borrowing trouble from a future that has not asked for it. The Stoics knew that strength is not built by worrying ahead, it is revealed in response. When anticipation releases its hold, you discover that you have always been capable of meeting reality one moment at a time, and that is enough. As anticipation loosens and the mind stops living ahead of itself, another habit quietly steps into view, one that turns neutral moments into emotional burdens without being noticed. Personalization, the reflex to make events about you even when they are not. Personalization happens when the mind places itself at the center of every experience. A short reply becomes a judgment of your worth. A cancelled plan becomes rejection. A distracted tone becomes disrespect. The event itself is small. The emotional reaction is not. Because once something is taken personally, identity enters the picture. The Stoics understood that disturbance increases the moment the self becomes the reference point. When the mind asks, "What does this say about me?" tension rises. The nervous system reacts as if something essential is at stake. The body prepares to defend, withdraw, or correct. Peace is replaced by vigilance. Most events in life are not personal. People act from their own pressures, limitations, fears, and distractions. Systems move according to forces larger than any individual. Circumstances unfold without intention toward you at all, but the mind prefers a story with a central character, and it chooses you. Personalization multiplies disturbance because it adds a second layer of meaning. First, something happens. Second, the mind decides it is about you. This second step is optional, but habitual. And once it happens, emotional intensity increases immediately. The Stoics practiced stepping back from this reflex. They asked whether there was evidence that an event was personal, or whether the mind was filling in meaning out of habit. Often there was no evidence at all, just assumption. Taking things personally also narrows perception. When you believe events revolve around you, objectivity disappears. You stop seeing the broader context. You miss alternative explanations. The mind becomes defensive, not curious. This defensiveness keeps the nervous system activated. Another cost of personalization is emotional fatigue. Carrying everything as a reflection of yourself is exhausting. Every interaction feels charged. Every outcome feels significant. The mind never rests because it believes it is always being evaluated. The Stoics knew that peace requires decentralizing the self, not denying self-worth, but removing the self from constant judgment. When you stop making everything about you, life feels lighter. Events pass without leaving deep marks. Personalization also fuels social anxiety. When you assume others are constantly thinking about you, pressure builds. You monitor behavior. You rehearse responses. You fear mistakes. But most people are focused on their own inner worlds. Recognizing this is freeing. The Stoics reminded themselves that reputation, opinion, and interpretation lie outside their control. They focused instead on their actions and intentions. This shift reduced disturbance because it placed attention where influence was real. Letting go of personalization does not mean becoming indifferent. It means becoming accurate. You still care about how you treat others. You still respond when something truly concerns you. But you stop reacting to imagined slights and assumed meanings. As this habit weakens, emotional reactions soften. You notice that many things that once hurt now pass without impact. The body relaxes. The mind feels less burdened. Peace grows when the self steps out of the spotlight, when life is allowed to unfold without constant reference to identity. The Stoics understood that inner calm depends on knowing what is truly about you and what never was. When you stop taking everything personally, disturbance loses much of its fuel, and in that release, the mind finally finds room to breathe. As personalization loosens its grip, attention begins to settle, and in that settling, another habit becomes impossible to ignore: the way the mind constantly leaves the present moment, not physically, but emotionally. Through judgment, the mind travels in time, carrying the body with it. Judgment rarely stays where life is actually happening. It pulls the mind backward into memory or forward into imagination. A moment occurs, and instead of being experienced fully, it is immediately compared to the past or projected into the future. The present becomes a doorway the mind passes through without stopping. This is emotional time travel. The Stoics understood that judgment is the vehicle. When you judge an event, you rarely judge it as it is. You judge it as it reminds you of something, or as it might lead to something else. A comment is not just a comment. It becomes a reminder of past rejection. A small mistake is not just a mistake. It becomes evidence of future failure. The body responds as if those other moments are happening now. The nervous system does not know the difference. Stress, fear, sadness, and anger arise not from the present, but from imagined or remembered realities. The mind is elsewhere, but the body pays the price here. This is why peace disappears so easily. The present moment is rarely the source of suffering. It is usually manageable. It is the mind's refusal to stay there that creates distress. Judgment drags attention away, turning now into then or later. The Stoics believed the present moment is the only place where life can be met. Action happens now. Choice happens now. Calm happens now. When judgment pulls the mind into the past, regret appears. When it pulls the mind into the future, anxiety appears. Neither exists in the present. Judgment keeps old events alive. It replays them with commentary. It edits them. It sharpens their edges. Each replay strengthens emotional charge. The event gains weight it no longer deserves. The past becomes heavier than it was when it happened. Judgment also rehearses futures that may never arrive. The mind prepares for outcomes that exist only as stories. The body braces. Energy drains. Sleep suffers. The future becomes a source of constant tension, even when nothing has changed. The Stoics practiced anchoring attention to what is directly in front of them. They understood that judgment dissolves when attention returns to experience. The sound of breath, the feeling of standing, the simple fact of being here. This does not mean ignoring memory or planning. It means recognizing when the mind abandons the present unnecessarily, when thought stops serving action and starts feeding disturbance. Judgment-based time travel steals presence. Conversations are half-lived. Meals are rushed. Quiet moments feel restless. The mind is always elsewhere, dealing with problems that are not here. As this habit weakens, something changes. The present becomes fuller. Sensation sharpens. Awareness widens. The body relaxes because it is no longer responding to threats that are not present. The Stoics knew that peace is not found by fixing the past or controlling the future. It is found by returning to now again and again. Each time judgment pulls you away, you gently come back. When judgment stops acting as emotional time travel, life becomes immediate again. And in that immediacy, calm naturally returns, because the present moment rarely asks more than you can give. As judgment stops pulling the mind backward and forward, something often gets misunderstood. Acceptance. Many people hear the word and think of giving up, tolerating mistreatment, or resigning themselves to whatever happens. The Stoics meant none of that. For them, acceptance was not passive. It was precise, clear, active in the deepest sense. Acceptance begins where illusion ends. It is the moment the mind stops arguing with reality. Not because reality is always good, but because it already exists. Fighting what is already here does not change it. It only adds friction inside. Acceptance removes that friction so energy can be used wisely. The Stoics saw acceptance as radical clarity, seeing exactly what is happening without denial and without exaggeration. No softening, no dramatizing, just truth. When the mind stops insisting that things should be different, it can finally see what actually is. And seeing clearly is the foundation of effective action. What people often miss is that resistance masquerades as strength. The mind believes that rejecting reality keeps standards high, but most resistance is emotional, not practical. It sounds like, "This shouldn't be this way," or "I refuse to accept this." These thoughts feel defiant, but they do nothing to improve the situation. They only prolong distress. Acceptance does not mean approval. It does not mean liking what happened. It means acknowledging that it happened. That acknowledgement is what allows movement forward. Without it, the mind stays stuck, replaying and protesting instead of responding. The Stoics believed that acceptance restores agency. When you accept a fact, you reclaim the ability to decide what to do next. When you resist a fact, you remain trapped in reaction. The body stays tense, the mind stays loud. No action feels right because attention is locked in argument. This is why acceptance feels uncomfortable to many people. It removes the illusion that emotional resistance is productive. It forces the mind to confront reality without its usual defenses. That confrontation feels exposed at first, but it is also where clarity lives. Acceptance also protects the nervous system. When the mind stops signaling constant threat through judgment, the body can downshift. Breath deepens. Muscles release. Energy becomes available again. This is not weakness. It is regulation. The Stoics practiced acceptance by separating facts from opinions. The fact is what happened. The opinion is what the mind says about it. Acceptance involves embracing the fact without clinging to the opinion. This distinction changes everything. For example, a loss occurs. Acceptance says, "This has happened." Judgment says, "This should not have happened, and I cannot live with it." The first statement grounds, the second inflames. The first allows grief to move naturally, the second traps it. Acceptance also reduces fear. When the mind stops fighting reality, it stops treating it as an enemy. Even difficult circumstances feel less threatening when they are fully acknowledged. The unknown becomes manageable because it is no longer resisted. The Stoics did not accept injustice passively. They accepted the reality of injustice so they could respond wisely. Clarity precedes courage. You cannot change what you refuse to see. Acceptance sharpens perception, which strengthens action. Another misunderstanding is that acceptance ends desire for improvement. The opposite is true. When you accept where you are, you see clearly what needs to change. Resistance clouds judgment. Acceptance focuses it. Acceptance also dissolves unnecessary suffering. Pain may still be present. Loss may still hurt. But the extra layer of mental struggle falls away. You feel what you feel without amplifying it through argument. The Stoics saw acceptance as alignment, aligning the mind with reality instead of against it. This alignment creates stability. You are no longer being pulled apart by what is and what you think should be. This practice does not arrive all at once. Acceptance often comes in layers. You accept one fact, then notice another judgment underneath. You release that too. Each release lightens the load. As acceptance deepens, peace stops feeling fragile. It no longer depends on circumstances improving. It depends on clarity remaining intact. You can face difficulty without losing balance. The Stoics believed that freedom is found not in controlling life, but in meeting it honestly. Acceptance is honesty in action. It says, "This is here. Now what?" That question moves you forward. When acceptance is understood this way, it stops sounding passive. It becomes powerful. It clears the mind. It steadies the body. It returns attention to what can actually be done. Life continues to challenge. That does not change. What changes is your relationship to those challenges. You stop wasting energy on denial. You stop fueling inner conflict. You meet reality directly. And in that directness, something quiet but strong emerges. A calm that is not dependent on outcomes. A clarity that does not flinch. The Stoics knew that this was real peace, not the absence of struggle, but the absence of unnecessary resistance. Acceptance practiced this way is not surrender. It is readiness. It is the mind standing firmly in reality, free from illusion, prepared to act without being dragged by judgment. When you stop fighting what is already here, you gain something rare, the ability to move forward without being torn apart inside. And that is not passive at all. It is radical clarity. As acceptance sharpens clarity, another form of disturbance becomes easier to recognize, one that often disguises itself as virtue. Moral outrage. It feels justified. It feels necessary. It feels like caring. But beneath it lies a hidden emotional cost that quietly drains inner peace. Moral outrage begins with judgment aimed outward. The world is wrong. People are ignorant. Systems are corrupt. Injustice is everywhere. Some of these observations may be true, but the Stoics were less concerned with whether outrage was justified and more concerned with what it did to the mind that carried it. Outrage activates the nervous system. The body tightens. The breath shortens. Attention narrows. The mind enters a state of constant opposition. It scans for more evidence, more reasons to be angry. The world becomes a battlefield, and the inner world mirrors that conflict. Judging the world keeps the mind externally focused. Peace is postponed until things improve, until others change, until justice is restored. But the world is large, complex, and slow to transform. When peace depends on external correction, it rarely arrives. The Stoics did not deny injustice. They denied the usefulness of constant agitation. They understood that anger feels energizing at first, but it consumes far more than it gives. It creates a state of perpetual dissatisfaction. No moment feels complete because something somewhere is always wrong. Moral outrage also erodes presence. Even in calm moments, The mind carries tension. It replays headlines. It imagines arguments. It rehearses condemnation. The body remains activated, as if preparing for a fight that never fully happens. Another hidden cost is helplessness. The more global the judgment, the less personal agency remains. You feel responsible for fixing what you cannot control. This mismatch creates frustration. Energy drains into worry and anger instead of meaningful action. The Stoics believed that wisdom requires choosing where to direct effort. They focused on what was within reach: their actions, their integrity, their response to what was immediately before them. Moral outrage often distracts from this focus. It spreads attention thin. Judging the world also hardens the heart. Compassion fades. Nuance disappears. People become categories. Complexity becomes offense. This rigidity increases inner conflict because reality is rarely simple. The mind fights complexity instead of understanding it. Outrage can also become identity. Being against something feels like purpose. Letting go feels like betrayal. But peace does not require approval of injustice. It requires refusing to poison your inner life with constant judgment. The Stoics practiced measured response. They acted where action was possible and accepted where it was not. They did not internalize the weight of the entire world. They knew that carrying too much anger weakens clarity. This does not mean indifference. It means discernment. You can care deeply without living in a state of perpetual agitation. You can work toward change without burning yourself from the inside. When moral outrage softens, something unexpected happens. Energy returns. Focus sharpens. Action becomes more effective because it is no longer driven by constant anger. Peace grows when judgment of the world is replaced with responsibility for the self. The Stoics knew that inner calm is not selfish, it is necessary. A disturbed mind cannot act wisely. Letting go of outrage does not mean closing your eyes. It means opening them without fury, seeing clearly without being consumed. And in that clarity, you reclaim something essential: the ability to live fully now, even in an imperfect world. As moral outrage quiets and the mind stops carrying the weight of the entire world, a new skill becomes essential, one that allows clarity without suppression, awareness without obedience. The Stoics called this discipline of the mind the ability to create distance between what appears and what you follow. Judgments arise automatically. They are fast, uninvited, shaped by habit, memory, and survival reflex. The Stoics never claimed you could stop them from appearing. What they taught was far more subtle. You do not have to agree with every judgment that shows up. Cognitive distance is the space between noticing a thought and acting as if it is true. In that space, freedom lives. Most people live fused with their judgments. A thought appears and instantly becomes a belief. This is bad. This is dangerous. This shouldn't be happening. The body reacts before awareness catches up. Cognitive distance breaks this fusion. The Stoics practiced watching thoughts the way you would watch weather. Clouds form, they move, they dissolve. You do not argue with them. You do not chase them. You simply notice. When judgment is observed instead of obeyed, it loses authority. This practice feels strange at first because the mind is used to being followed. It expects obedience. When you stop reacting automatically, the mind protests. It increases volume. It insists urgency. But urgency is not command. It is sensation. Creating distance does not mean dismissing thoughts. It means recognizing them as mental events, not truths. A judgment is something the mind produces. It is not reality itself. The Stoics trained this skill by slowing down assent. Assent is the moment you say yes to a thought. You believe it. You act from it. Cognitive distance delays assent. That delay is enough to change everything. When a judgment appears, instead of responding, you note it. A thought about unfairness is here. A judgment about danger is present. This language matters. It places you in the position of observer rather than participant. The body responds to this shift. Tension eases. The nervous system receives a signal that not every thought requires action. Over time, this retrains the stress response. Calm becomes more accessible. Cognitive distance also prevents emotional escalation. When you obey a judgment, it generates more judgments. One thought triggers another. A spiral forms. When you observe without obeying, the chain breaks. The spiral loses fuel. The Stoics understood that peace is not found by controlling thoughts, but by changing relationship to them. Trying to stop thoughts creates resistance. Resistance creates tension. Observation creates space. This practice also restores choice. When you are fused with judgment, behavior is automatic. When you create distance, you choose how to respond. You may still act. You may still speak. But action comes from clarity, not compulsion. Cognitive distance does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You respond to what is actually happening, not to the first interpretation that appears. Over time, judgments lose their emotional charge, not because they disappear, but because they are no longer believed by default. They become information rather than instruction. The Stoics believed that this skill was the foundation of inner freedom. You cannot control what thoughts arise. You can control whether you let them rule. As this practice deepens, the mind becomes quieter. Not empty, quieter. There is less internal arguing, less pressure to react, more room to breathe. You begin to experience life directly, without constant commentary. Moments feel cleaner. Decisions feel steadier. Emotions move through without leaving residue. Cognitive distance is not detachment from life. It is detachment from distortion. When you watch judgments arise without obeying them, you reclaim authority over your inner world. You stop being pushed around by every thought that appears. And in that steadiness, peace stops being something you chase. It becomes the background against which life unfolds. As cognitive distance becomes familiar, a strange reaction often follows. Not relief, not ease, but fear. A subtle sense that something important is slipping away. Inner calm, instead of feeling safe, can feel like losing control. This reaction confuses many people and pulls them back into old habits of judgment. For a long time, identity was built around reaction. Opinions, strong feelings, quick responses. Judgments gave structure to the self. They answered the question, "Who am I?" Calm threatens that structure. When judgments soften, the old sense of self begins to loosen, and the mind does not like uncertainty about identity. Judgment-driven identity feels active. It feels engaged. When you judge, you feel involved in life. You feel alert, decisive, alive. Calm removes that constant motion. The nervous system downshifts. The mind grows quieter, and that quiet can feel empty at first. The Stoics understood this discomfort. They knew that many people confuse agitation with control. When the mind is constantly reacting, it feels like it is managing life. But this management is often just tension in disguise. Calm reveals how little control judgment actually provided. Inner calm removes the illusion that reacting equals effectiveness. Without strong emotional signals, the mind worries it will miss something important. It fears becoming careless or passive. But this fear comes from habit, not reality. Judgment has long acted as a compass. Even when it caused suffering, it gave direction. Calm removes that familiar guidance. The mind must learn a new way to orient itself, one based on awareness rather than reaction. This transition feels uncomfortable because the nervous system has been trained to equate alertness with safety. Calm feels like letting your guard down. The body waits for danger. When none appears, it becomes uneasy. This unease is not a sign of danger. It is a sign of adjustment. The Stoics practiced trusting calm. They believed that clarity increases when emotional noise decreases. But this trust develops slowly. At first, the mind keeps checking. Should I feel more? Am I missing something? These questions pull attention back into judgment. Another layer of discomfort comes from social identity. Many people are known for their opinions, their reactions, their emotional responses. Letting go of judgment can feel like losing a role. You may worry about how others will see you. Quieter, less reactive, less defined. The Stoics did not seek to erase personality. They sought to remove unnecessary suffering. Calm does not remove character. It refines it. Actions become more intentional. Words become more measured. Presence deepens. Inner calm also removes the drama that once made experiences feel meaningful. Strong reactions gave moments intensity. Calm can feel flat by comparison. But this flatness is temporary. It is the mind withdrawing from overstimulation. Once the system adjusts, calm reveals depth rather than dullness. Detaching from judgment-driven identity creates space for something new. A self not defined by reaction, but by values, not by opinions, but by actions. This shift feels uncertain because it is unfamiliar, but it is also more stable. The Stoics believed that true control lies in response, not reaction. Reaction is automatic. Response is chosen. Calm is what makes choice possible. Without calm, behavior is driven by impulse. With calm, behavior aligns with intention. This is why calm feels like loss of control at first. Control was never truly there. Judgment only created the sensation of it. Calm removes that illusion and replaces it with something quieter but stronger. As the nervous system adapts, calm begins to feel safe. The body learns that nothing bad happens when reactions soften. The mind learns that clarity improves without constant judgment. Trust builds. Over time, identity reorganizes. You no longer define yourself by what you oppose or react to. You define yourself by how you live, how you choose, how you respond under pressure. The Stoics knew that freedom often feels uncomfortable at first. It removes familiar constraints. Calm is freedom from constant inner conflict. But freedom requires responsibility. Without reaction to lean on, you must be present. This presence feels demanding at first. There is nowhere to hide in judgment. You meet life directly. But this directness is also what brings peace. Inner calm does not mean losing control. It means gaining it where it matters. Over your attention, your response, your energy. When judgment-driven identity loosens, something steadier takes its place. A sense of self that does not need constant stimulation to exist. A mind that can rest without fear. The discomfort fades as this new identity settles. Calm stops feeling like emptiness and starts feeling like strength. Quiet stops feeling dangerous and starts feeling supportive. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that the path to peace passes through unfamiliar territory. But on the other side of that discomfort lies a form of control that does not depend on tension. And once you experience it, you realize that what you thought you were losing was never true control at all. It was noise, and what replaces it is clarity. As inner calm begins to replace constant reaction, another habit often resurfaces with surprising force: blame. It arrives quietly, offering relief, a reason, a target, someone or something to hold responsible. For a moment, the tension eases. The mind feels organized again. But beneath that relief, suffering quietly grows. Blame feels comforting because it simplifies complexity. When something hurts, the mind looks for a cause. Blame provides one quickly. It says, "This happened because of them," or "This is my fault," or "If only this had been different." These conclusions reduce uncertainty, and the nervous system prefers certainty, even painful certainty, over open-ended discomfort. The Stoics understood this instinct well. They saw that blame is often the mind's way of regaining control when life feels chaotic. By assigning fault, the mind feels oriented again. The pain now has a story, a direction. But that story comes at a cost. Blame does not resolve pain, it relocates it. When blame is aimed outward, anger grows. The mind rehearses arguments. It imagines justice. It waits for acknowledgement or punishment. Peace is delayed until something external changes, and often that change never comes. When blame is aimed inward, the effect is just as damaging. Self-blame creates shame. The mind turns against itself. It replays mistakes. It magnifies flaws. The body carries guilt as tension. Motivation collapses because the mind believes it deserves suffering. In both cases, blame feels like action, but it is emotional stagnation. It keeps attention locked on what cannot be changed. The past, other people, uncontrollable systems. Energy is spent reinforcing judgment instead of restoring balance. The Stoics warned that blame creates the illusion of progress. You feel like you are doing something about the pain, when in reality you are circling it. Relief comes briefly because uncertainty is reduced, but suffering deepens because the mind stays agitated. Blame also strengthens identity around injury. When you blame, you attach yourself to the role of wronged or failing. That role becomes familiar. Letting go of blame feels like losing justification for pain. The mind fears that without blame, the pain will be invalidated. But pain does not need blame to be real. Another hidden cost of blame is helplessness. When responsibility is placed entirely outside yourself, agency disappears. You wait, you hope, you resent, but you do not move forward. The Stoics believed that peace requires reclaiming what remains within your control, not obsessing over what never was. Blame also keeps the nervous system activated. Anger and guilt both trigger stress responses. The body stays tense. Sleep suffers. Focus narrows. Even when the situation ends, the physiological effects linger because the mind continues to replay the judgment. The Stoics practiced replacing blame with understanding, not justification. Understanding. They asked what happened, what was within their control, and what response aligned with wisdom. This shift removes emotional heat without denying reality. Understanding does not excuse harm, it contextualizes it. It allows the mind to see complexity instead of fixating on fault. When complexity is acknowledged, emotional intensity drops. The body relaxes because the situation no longer feels like a personal attack. Blame also limits learning. When the mind is busy condemning, it stops observing. Lessons are missed because attention is focused on punishment rather than insight. The Stoics valued learning over judgment because learning creates change. Judgment creates repetition. Letting go of blame feels risky at first. The mind worries that without blame, accountability will disappear. But accountability does not require emotional violence. It requires clarity, calm assessment, willingness to adjust. As blame softens, something shifts inside. The mind stops replaying the same scene. Attention returns to the present. Energy becomes available again. You may still feel sadness, disappointment, or anger, but these emotions move. They do not stagnate. The Stoics knew that peace is not built by finding someone to blame. It is built by finding the right response. Blame looks backward. Response looks forward. When judgment releases its grip on blame, suffering loses one of its main supports. The mind no longer feeds on outrage or shame. It begins to rest. Life still presents difficulty. Mistakes still happen. Others still fall short. But without blame, these experiences do not become prisons. They become moments that pass. The comfort blame offers is temporary and costly. The relief comes from certainty, not from healing. And certainty fades quickly, leaving deeper unrest behind. Choosing clarity over blame is not easy. It requires sitting with discomfort without immediately assigning fault. But that discomfort is honest. It passes, and what remains is lighter than what blame ever offered. The Stoics trusted this path. They knew that blame feels powerful, but it weakens the spirit. Understanding feels quiet, but it restores strength. When you stop using blame as emotional relief, you gain something far more valuable: the ability to move forward without dragging old judgments behind you. And in that movement, peace finds room to return. As blame loosens and the mind begins to release its grip on fault, a deeper pattern becomes visible. One that explains why peace feels so fragile for so many people. Judgment, at its core, is often an act of emotional ownership transfer. A quiet decision to let something outside of you determine how you feel inside. When you judge an event as good or bad, fair or unfair, you attach your emotional state to its outcome. If things go your way, you feel calm. If they don't, disturbance follows. In that moment, peace no longer belongs to you. It belongs to circumstances. The Stoics were precise about this. They believed that the moment you tie your inner state to something you cannot control, you give away authority over your own mind. Judgment feels like assessment, but it often functions as surrender. This transfer happens quickly. A plan fails, and the mind decides the day is ruined. Someone speaks sharply, and mood collapses. News arrives, and calm disappears. The external world moves, and the inner world moves with it, pulled by judgment. This is why peace feels unstable when judgment dominates. It is constantly renegotiated, always conditional, dependent on weather, people, outcomes, timing. The nervous system stays alert because control has been outsourced. The Stoics believed that inner peace must be rooted in what cannot be taken away. Your judgments, your choices, your values. When peace is attached to externals, it becomes vulnerable. When it is attached to internal alignment, it becomes steady. Judgment hands power outward by declaring, "This has the right to disturb me." The mind grants permission without realizing it. Once granted, disturbance feels inevitable. This does not mean ignoring reality. It means refusing to let reality dictate your inner state by default. You still respond. You still act. But you do not let every shift determine your emotional balance. Emotional ownership transfer also creates reactivity. When peace depends on external conditions, you constantly monitor them. You scan for threats. You anticipate disappointment. Anxiety grows because the world is unpredictable. The Stoics practiced reclaiming ownership by questioning judgments. They asked whether an event truly deserved emotional authority. Often, the answer was no. The event required response, not surrender. When you stop transferring ownership, a subtle strength appears. You remain steady even when things change, not indifferent, but anchored. The body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to every external movement. This shift takes practice because judgment has long been used as a shortcut. It feels faster to react than to assess. But speed comes at a cost. Calm disappears. The Stoics chose a slower path, one where peace was guarded carefully, where judgment was examined before being accepted, where emotional authority remained internal. As this practice deepens, life feels less volatile. Ups and downs still occur, but they do not control your core state. You move through events without being carried by them. Peace becomes something you carry, not something you chase. And once you stop handing it away, you realize it was yours all along. As emotional ownership returns inward, a new kind of strength begins to appear. One that does not announce itself. One that often goes unnoticed because it looks like nothing is happening. Silence. Not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of restraint. The Stoics understood this silence as power. Most reactions come from judgment. A comment demands a reply. An action demands an opinion. A situation demands a stance. The mind feels pressure to respond immediately, to assert meaning, to declare where it stands. Silence interrupts this pressure, and that interruption changes everything. Silence creates space where judgment would normally rush in. In that space, the nervous system settles, the body pauses, the mind regains clarity. What looked urgent often reveals itself as optional. What felt threatening loses intensity. The Stoics did not see silence as weakness. They saw it as mastery. When you withhold judgment, you refuse to escalate. You refuse to hand over emotional authority. You stay rooted in yourself rather than being pulled outward by impulse. Judgment wants expression. It wants to be spoken, defended, proven. Silence denies it that fuel. When judgment is not voiced, it often dissolves on its own. The emotional charge fades because it is no longer reinforced. This is why silence can feel uncomfortable. The mind is used to release. It believes expression equals relief. But expression without clarity often deepens disturbance. Silence allows emotion to pass without turning into action that must later be repaired. Silence also protects relationships. Many conflicts are born not from what happens, but from immediate interpretation. A quick response hardens positions. Words spoken in judgment cannot be taken back. Silence preserves flexibility. It keeps doors open. The Stoics believe that not every impression deserves a response. Some deserve observation, some deserve time. Silence is how you choose what truly matters. Withholding judgment through silence does not mean suppressing truth. It means waiting until truth is clear. When emotion settles, discernment improves. Words become more accurate. Actions become more effective. Silence also restores dignity. When you do not react impulsively, you remain composed. You do not reveal inner turmoil. You do not surrender control of your state. This composure is not performance. It is alignment. The body responds to silence as safety. Without constant verbal or mental reaction, the nervous system calms. Breath deepens. Muscles relax. Silence communicates to the body that nothing urgent needs defending. This is why silence feels powerful. It is not empty. It is full of restraint. It contains judgment without being ruled by it. The Stoics practiced silence not as withdrawal, but as preparation. They waited until response could come from clarity rather than emotion. This made their actions more precise and their words more meaningful. Silence also reveals how much suffering comes from unnecessary expression. Many thoughts lose importance when not spoken. Many judgments fade when not reinforced. Silence lets the mind see which impulses were never worth following. This practice requires trust. Trust that you do not need to react to remain in control. Trust that calm is not passivity. Trust that withholding judgment is a choice, not a loss. Over time, silence becomes natural. The mind no longer feels compelled to comment on everything. Emotional energy is conserved. Focus sharpens. The Stoics knew that true power is not loud. It does not rush. It does not prove itself. It remains steady. Silence, used wisely, is the highest form of response because it keeps peace intact while allowing clarity to emerge. It is the moment where judgment could take over, but doesn't.
And in that restraint, you remain free.
As silence creates space and judgment is no longer rushed into action, another subtle process becomes visible, one that has been shaping your inner world for years without asking permission. The way judgment reaches backward and reshapes memory itself. Memory feels solid, reliable, like a recording of what actually happened. But the Stoics understood something unsettling. Memory is not fixed. It is edited, and judgment is the editor. The past does not sit quietly in the mind. It is revisited, reinterpreted, and rewritten again and again. Each time you remember an event, judgment colors it with your current emotional state. The mind does not recall facts alone. It recalls meaning, and meaning changes. This is why two memories of the same event can feel different at different times in your life. When you are calm, the past seems softer. When you are upset, the same memory feels sharper, heavier, more unfair. The event did not change. The judgment did. Judgment distorts memory by selectively highlighting details that justify how you feel now. If you are angry, the mind recalls the insults but forgets the context. If you feel ashamed, it magnifies mistakes and minimizes effort. Memory becomes a witness that always agrees with the current mood. The Stoics warned that this distortion keeps suffering alive. You are not reacting to the past as it was. You are reacting to a version of the past shaped to support present emotion. The mind uses memory as evidence, even when the evidence has been altered. This is why emotional pain can feel self-confirming. You feel upset, then remember reasons why you should feel upset. Those memories intensify the emotion, which then reshapes memory further. A loop forms. The past becomes heavier each time it is recalled. Judgment also removes balance from memory. Rarely does the mind remember events in full. It remembers fragments, moments that support a narrative. Other details fade. Complexity disappears. The past becomes simpler, more extreme, more emotionally charged. The Stoics believed this was dangerous because it traps the mind in outdated conclusions. You continue to live according to judgments formed long ago, reinforced by distorted recollection. The present is shaped by a past that no longer exists in its original form. Judgment also freezes identity in time. You remember who you were during a painful event and assume that version of you still defines the present. Growth is ignored. Change is dismissed. The mind insists that the past proves something permanent. This is why letting go feels so difficult. You are not just releasing an event. You are releasing a version of the past that has been rehearsed and emotionally invested in. Judgment resists this release because it fears losing justification for current feelings. The Stoics practiced reviewing memories with neutrality. They examined past events the same way they examined present ones, separating fact from interpretation, asking what actually happened, not what the mind added afterward. This practice weakens the emotional charge of memory. When judgment is removed, memories lose intensity. They become information rather than evidence, lessons rather than weapons. Judgment also exaggerates causality. It convinces you that one event led inevitably to another, that one mistake ruined everything. But life is rarely so linear. Many factors shape outcomes. Judgment simplifies the past to support emotional certainty. By recognizing this distortion, you begin to relate to memory differently. You stop treating it as absolute truth. You see it as a story that has been retold many times, each time shaped by mood, belief, and identity. This does not mean memory is useless. It means it must be handled carefully. Without judgment, memory becomes a guide rather than a source of pain. You learn without reliving. The Stoics knew that peace requires loosening the grip of the past, not by forgetting, but by removing emotional bias. When memory is freed from judgment, it stops pulling you backward. As this happens, the present becomes lighter. You are no longer responding to old wounds disguised as current reality. The body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to threats that exist only in memory. Judgment distorts memory to protect emotion, but protection becomes prison when it is no longer needed. The Stoics chose freedom over justification. When you stop rewriting the past to support present pain, something shifts. The past takes its rightful place, behind you, informative but no longer commanding. And in that release, the present moment finally has space to be lived without interference from stories that were never as fixed as they seemed. As memory loosens its grip and judgment stops reshaping the past, a clearer distinction begins to emerge. One that the Stoics considered essential to inner peace, the difference between pain and resistance. These two are often confused, but they are not the same. And mistaking one for the other is where much suffering is born. Pain is part of life. Loss hurts. Discomfort hurts. Change hurts. Pain arrives when something meaningful is challenged or taken away. It is natural. It is honest. It moves through the body as sensation and emotion. Left alone, pain rises, peaks, and eventually softens. Resistance is what comes next. It is the mind's refusal to accept that pain is happening. It sounds like, "This shouldn't be this way," or "I can't live with this," or "This must stop." Resistance adds a second layer on top of pain, and that second layer often hurts more than the first. The Stoics understood that pain is unavoidable, but suffering is optional. Suffering is what happens when the mind argues with reality, when it demands that life be different than it is. That argument creates tension. The body tightens, the breath shortens, the nervous system stays activated. Pain, which could have passed, becomes prolonged. Resistance freezes pain in place. Instead of allowing it to move, the mind clamps down. It revisits the moment. It replays the loss. It protests. Each protest reactivates the emotional response. The pain stays fresh because it is constantly being re-triggered. Reality does not respond to resistance. It does not reverse itself. It does not explain itself. It simply continues. The mind, however, keeps fighting. This fight exhausts energy and deepens distress. The Stoics practiced acceptance not to avoid pain, but to avoid resistance. They allowed pain to be felt without turning it into an enemy. This allowance reduced suffering because the mind stopped adding tension to sensation. Pain without resistance feels different. It is intense but clean. It does not carry bitterness or panic. It does not multiply. It passes through rather than taking over. The body processes it naturally when the mind does not interfere. Resistance, on the other hand, creates secondary emotions. Anger about pain, fear of pain, shame about pain. These emotions layer on top of the original experience, making it heavier and more confusing. This is why some people recover quickly from hardship while others remain stuck. The difference is not the pain itself, but how much resistance is added. The more the mind insists that reality should not be what it is, the longer suffering lasts. The Stoics believed that clarity dissolves resistance. When you see that something has already happened, the argument ends. Energy returns to the present. The nervous system begins to settle. Resistance often disguises itself as strength. It feels like refusal to surrender. But most resistance is not courageous. It is reactive. It is fear-based. Acceptance, by contrast, requires steadiness. It asks the mind to stop fighting and start seeing. This does not mean liking what happened. It means acknowledging it. The moment you acknowledge reality, resistance loses ground. Pain remains, but it is no longer amplified by inner conflict. The body responds immediately when resistance drops. Muscles release. Breathing deepens. The pain may still be present, but it feels more manageable. You are no longer struggling against it. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from mistaking resistance for protection. The mind believes that if it resists hard enough, it will avoid pain. In truth, resistance ensures pain lasts longer. Learning to distinguish pain from resistance changes how you experience difficulty. When discomfort arises, you notice whether you are feeling the pain itself or the fight against it. Often, the fight is louder. As this awareness grows, you begin to let pain exist without commentary. You feel it directly, without labels, without protest. This is not passive. It is courageous. It allows healing to begin. Reality does not ask for agreement. It asks for recognition. When recognition replaces resistance, suffering softens. The Stoics knew that peace is not found by avoiding pain, but by refusing to add unnecessary struggle to it. Pain, comes and goes. Resistance keeps it alive. When you stop resisting what is already here, you reclaim energy. You meet pain with presence instead of panic. And in that meeting, you discover that pain is often less destructive than the mind feared. Life will still challenge. Loss will still hurt. But without resistance, these experiences do not destroy inner balance. They move through you instead of lodging inside. This is the quiet strength the Stoics practiced. Not hardness, not denial, but openness to what is, without the extra burden of inner opposition. When resistance drops away, pain becomes something you experience, not something that defines you. And in that difference, peace finds room to return. As resistance softens and pain is allowed to move without obstruction, a deeper layer of Stoic practice comes into focus. One that explains how emotional mastery actually begins. Not with control, not with suppression, but with a pause so small it often goes unnoticed. The moment an impression first appears. An impression is the mind's first contact with an event, before emotion, before judgment, before story. A sound, a sight, a word, a sensation enters awareness. That is all. At this stage, nothing has meaning yet. It is raw information, neutral, untouched. Most people never experience this moment consciously. The mind rushes past it. Meaning is assigned instantly. Emotion follows immediately. By the time awareness arrives, the body is already reacting. Anger is present. Fear is active. Sadness has settled. It feels as if emotion came first, but it didn't. The Stoics understood this sequence clearly. They knew that emotion is never the starting point. It is the result. What happens first is the impression. What happens next determines everything. When an impression appears, the mind has a choice. Not a loud one, not an obvious one, but a real one. It can accept the impression as true and meaningful, or it can question it. That question is the gateway to emotional mastery. If the mind immediately agrees with the impression, emotion follows automatically. The impression says, "This is a threat," and fear appears. It says, "This is an insult," and anger rises. It says, "This is loss," and sadness deepens. The body responds as if the meaning were fact. But if the mind pauses and asks, "Is this impression accurate?" or "Is this the only way to see this?" the emotional chain weakens. The body waits. The nervous system does not fully activate. Space opens. The Stoics trained themselves to question impressions before assenting to them. They did not deny impressions. They examined them. This examination was not intellectual. It was practical. Does this impression require an emotional response? Does it demand action now? Is it within my control? This practice feels unfamiliar because it interrupts habit. The mind is used to instant agreement. Questioning feels slow. But slowness is exactly what prevents emotional hijacking. When impressions are questioned, emotions change shape. Fear becomes alertness. Anger becomes firmness. Sadness becomes acknowledgement. The intensity reduces because the meaning is no longer absolute. The Stoics believed that most emotional suffering comes not from impressions themselves, but from unexamined assent. The moment the mind says, "Yes, this is exactly as it appears," emotion locks in. This is why emotional mastery does not come from managing feelings after they arise. By then, the body is already activated. Mastery comes earlier, at the gate, where impression meets belief. Questioning impressions does not require force. It requires awareness. You notice the first story forming. You do not argue with it. You simply delay agreement. That delay is powerful. The body responds to this delay immediately. Heart rate slows, breathing steadies, muscles soften. The nervous system senses that it does not need to mobilize yet. Calm becomes possible without suppression. This practice also restores humility. The Stoics knew that first impressions are often incomplete. They reflect habit, memory, and fear more than truth. Questioning them keeps the mind flexible. When impressions are examined regularly, the mind becomes less reactive. It stops treating every stimulus as urgent. It learns that not every appearance requires belief. This learning rewires emotional patterns over time. The Stoics did not promise that emotions would disappear. They promised that emotions would become proportionate, appropriate, aligned with reality rather than distortion. This is the forgotten gateway because modern thinking often skips it. People try to control emotions directly. They fail because emotions are downstream. The source is earlier. At the moment, meaning is assigned. When you learn to meet impressions with curiosity instead of agreement, you reclaim authority over your inner life. You stop being pushed around by every thought that appears. This practice also deepens presence. You stay closer to what is actually happening rather than what you assume is happening. Life feels clearer, less dramatic, more manageable. The Stoics believed that wisdom is not found in never feeling emotion, but in feeling it without losing clarity. Questioning impressions is how clarity survives emotion. As this skill develops, you notice a change. Emotions arise, but they pass more quickly. They no longer define the moment. You remain steady even when feeling strongly. This is emotional mastery in the Stoic sense. Not dominance, not repression, but discernment at the very beginning of experience. When impressions are questioned, emotion follows wisdom instead of habit, and in that order, peace becomes sustainable. The gateway was always there, quiet, brief, easy to miss. But once you learn to pause there, even for a moment, the entire emotional landscape changes. Because the moment you stop believing every impression, you stop being ruled by them. And that is where freedom truly begins. As impressions are questioned and emotional mastery begins to take shape, another cost of judgment finally becomes clear. One that many people feel every day but rarely name. Exhaustion. Not physical tiredness, but mental depletion. Judgment fatigue. The mind was never meant to evaluate everything. Yet modern life trains it to do exactly that. Every moment is assessed, good or bad, productive or wasted, right or wrong, better or worse. This constant evaluation drains energy quietly, steadily, until even simple tasks feel heavy. Judgment. Fatigue builds slowly. At first, it feels like engagement. You are paying attention. You are thinking critically. You are staying alert. But over time, the nervous system never stands down. The mind never rests. Every experience becomes a decision point, and decisions consume energy. The Stoics understood that judgment is not free. Every evaluation costs attention. Every verdict demands emotional processing. When judgments are constant, the mind becomes overloaded. Focus weakens. Patience thins. Small things begin to irritate because the system is already strained. This is why some days feel overwhelming, even when nothing major happens. The mind is not reacting to events. It is reacting to the accumulated effort of constant interpretation. The exhaustion is not from life itself, but from how intensely life has been judged. Judgment fatigue also explains emotional numbness. After too much evaluation, the mind shuts down. It stops caring, not because nothing matters, but because it has no energy left to assign meaning. This numbness is not peace, it is depletion. The Stoics avoided this trap by limiting judgment. They did not evaluate everything. They focused judgment only where it was useful. Matters of character, choices within control, actions that required correction. Everything else was allowed to pass with minimal commentary. Neutrality was their recovery tool. Neutrality is not indifference. It is conservation. It allows the mind to experience without constantly deciding what the experience means. When an event is allowed to be neutral, the brain does not have to solve it. Energy is preserved. This preservation changes everything. When the mind is not exhausted by judgment, clarity returns. Attention sharpens. Emotional responses become calmer because the system is not already overloaded. Judgment fatigue also creates anxiety. A constantly evaluating mind is always scanning for problems. It treats every moment as a potential threat or opportunity. The body stays alert. Rest becomes difficult because the mind never signals that it is safe to stop. Neutrality gives that signal. When fewer things are judged, the nervous system relaxes. The mind learns that not everything requires response. Silence appears between thoughts. That silence is restorative. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when not to judge. They saw restraint as intelligence. Just as the body needs rest between exertion, the mind needs rest between evaluations. This does not mean abandoning discernment. It means choosing it deliberately. You judge when judgment is required. You refrain when it is not. This selectivity protects mental energy. As neutrality increases, the mind becomes more efficient. It spends energy only where it matters. Trivial disturbances no longer drain attention. Emotional reserves rebuild. This is why neutrality often feels relieving after judgment fatigue. It feels like setting something down that you did not realize you were carrying. The constant inner commentary quiets. Breathing deepens. The body responds with ease. The Stoics practiced this daily. They reviewed events without excessive evaluation. They accepted what did not require action. This allowed them to remain mentally fresh, even in challenging circumstances. Modern life encourages constant judgment, news cycles, social comparison, endless opinions. The Stoic response is not withdrawal, but restraint. You choose where to place attention. When judgment fatigue lifts, joy becomes possible again. Not dramatic joy, but simple presence. A walk feels like a walk. A conversation feels like a conversation. Moments are experienced, not analyzed to death. Mental energy returns when neutrality is allowed. You feel clearer, not because problems disappeared, but because you stopped exhausting yourself by evaluating everything. The Stoics knew that peace requires mental economy. Spend energy wisely. Preserve what cannot be replenished quickly. The mind, like the body, has limits. Judgment fatigue is a sign that those limits have been crossed. Neutrality is how you recover. When you stop evaluating every moment, you stop draining yourself. The mind becomes lighter, more spacious, more alive. And in that space, peace does not need to be forced. It emerges naturally, as the mind finally gets the rest it has been asking for all along. As mental energy returns and judgment fatigue eases, something deeper comes into view. The structure beneath many reactions, the shape that judgments slowly build over time. Ego, not as arrogance, but as identity formed through repetition. Ego is not created in one moment. It is assembled quietly, judgment by judgment. Each time the mind decides what something means about you, a brick is laid. I am the kind of person who is disrespected. I am someone who must always be strong. I am the one who fails, or I am the one who knows better. These conclusions feel small in isolation. Over time, they form a solid sense of self. The Stoics understood that ego is not who you are. It is who you think you are, based on repeated interpretations. And once identity hardens, peace becomes fragile. Because every new event is measured against that identity. Anything that threatens it feels dangerous. Judgments protect ego by defining boundaries. This is me. That is not me. This is acceptable. That is not. The mind uses these distinctions to maintain consistency, but consistency requires defense, and defense creates tension. When ego is strong, reactions intensify. A comment feels like an attack. A disagreement feels like rejection. A mistake feels like exposure. The body reacts not to the event, but to the perceived threat to identity. The nervous system mobilizes because the self feels at risk. This is why peace often requires loosening identity. As long as the mind is invested in protecting a fixed idea of who you are, calm is conditional. It depends on others behaving correctly, on outcomes confirming your story, on life not challenging your self-image. The Stoics did not seek to erase the self. They sought to free it from rigidity. They believed character should be grounded in values, not narratives. Values guide action without needing constant defense. Narratives demand protection. Ego built from judgment is reactive. It needs reinforcement. It compares. It defends. It explains. It justifies. All of this costs energy. All of it pulls attention away from the present moment. Loosening identity does not mean becoming empty or passive. It means becoming flexible. You allow yourself to change without feeling threatened. You allow mistakes without collapse. You allow disagreement without loss of worth. The Stoics practiced this by separating actions from identity. An action can be corrected. Identity does not need to be attacked. When judgment stops turning moments into self-definitions, ego softens. As ego softens, reactions lose intensity. You are no longer constantly protecting a story. You meet events as events, not as verdicts on who you are. The body relaxes because there is less to defend. This loosening also brings freedom. Without a rigid identity, you are less predictable to your own habits. You can respond freshly instead of according to script. Growth becomes possible because change no longer feels like betrayal of self. The Stoics knew that peace cannot coexist with a fragile ego. A self that must be proven, defended, or validated will always be restless. Peace requires a self that is spacious enough to absorb experience without breaking. This does not happen overnight. Ego has been built carefully over years. Loosening it feels uncomfortable at first. The mind asks, if I am not this story, who am I? The Stoics answered quietly, you are the one who chooses how to act now. When identity shifts from narrative to presence, peace stabilizes. You are no longer living to protect an image. You are living to respond wisely. Judgments will still arise. Identity will still form around some of them. But you stop reinforcing every conclusion. The structure softens. The self becomes lighter. And in that lightness, peace finds space. Not because you disappeared, but because you stopped carrying an identity that required constant defense. The The Stoics believed that the strongest self is not the most defined one. It is the most adaptable. When ego loosens, clarity grows. When clarity grows, peace becomes less fragile. This is the quiet work beneath all the others. Not changing life, but changing how tightly you hold who you think you are. When you loosen identity, judgment loses its grip. And when judgment loosens, peace no longer has to fight to exist. As ego loosens and identity softens, a surprising reaction often appears. Not anxiety, not fear, but boredom. Calm, instead of feeling like relief, feels flat, empty, almost wrong. The judgment-driven mind begins to ask for more. More stimulation, more reaction, more intensity. This is not a flaw, it is conditioning. A mind trained on judgment becomes addicted to emotional drama. High emotion becomes familiar. Anger feels powerful. Anxiety feels alert. Outrage feels meaningful. Even sadness can feel deep and important. These states create movement. They give the mind something to do. Calm takes that away. The Stoics understood this addiction long before modern psychology described it. They saw that the mind confuses intensity with aliveness. When judgments fire constantly, the nervous system is flooded with stimulation. Chemicals rise and fall. The body feels engaged. Calm removes this chemical cycle, and the mind interprets the absence as boredom. But boredom is not the problem. Withdrawal is. When judgment-driven drama fades, the nervous system enters unfamiliar territory. There is less adrenaline, less urgency, less narrative. The mind, used to constant input, feels restless. It searches for something to react to. If nothing appears, it creates something. A memory, a worry, a complaint. This is why people sabotage calm. They pick fights, they overthink, they seek problems. Not consciously, but because the mind misses the stimulation it associates with meaning. Calm feels too quiet to a system trained on noise. The Stoics did not confuse calm with emptiness. They saw calm as clarity without distortion. But clarity does not shout. It does not entertain. It simply is. And that simplicity feels dull to a mind addicted to reaction. Judgment-driven drama also creates identity. I'm passionate. I care deeply. I'm intense. Letting go of drama can feel like letting go of personality. The mind fears becoming bland or invisible. But what actually fades is not personality. It is reactivity. Calm does not remove depth. It removes chaos. Once the nervous system adapts, calm reveals subtle richness. Sensations become clearer. Presence deepens. Attention sharpens. But this depth is quiet. It requires patience to notice. The Stoics trained themselves to tolerate this transition. They did not chase stimulation. They allowed calm to feel unfamiliar without rejecting it. They knew the discomfort would pass as the nervous system recalibrated. Breaking addiction to emotional drama means allowing calm to feel boring without immediately escaping it. You stay, you observe, you let the restlessness burn itself out. Over time, the craving weakens. The mind learns something important during this process, that nothing bad happens in calm. No threat appears, no loss occurs. The body begins to trust stillness. This trust changes everything. Calm stops feeling empty and starts feeling spacious. The urge to react fades. The mind no longer needs constant stimulation to feel alive. The Stoics believed that true vitality comes from presence, not drama, from engagement with what is, not from emotional spikes. When judgment quiets, Life does not become dull, it becomes real. Breaking this addiction takes time. The mind will test you. It will suggest problems. It will pull attention back into judgment. Each time you notice and return to calm, the habit weakens. Eventually, calm feels nourishing. The nervous system rests. Energy returns. You respond to life instead of feeding on reaction. And in that shift, peace stops feeling boring. It starts feeling like home. As calm begins to feel more natural and emotional drama loses its grip, one of the most practical Stoic skills comes into focus. How to deal with insults. Not by winning, not by suppressing anger, but by stopping harm before it ever enters the mind. An insult only works if it is accepted. This idea sounds simple, but it is deeply uncomfortable, because it suggests that words do not injure on their own. They require judgment to land. The Stoics understood this clearly. Harm does not come from the sound of words, but from the meaning the mind assigns to them. When someone insults you, the event itself is neutral. Air moves, sounds reach the ear. That is all. The pain appears only when the mind concludes, "This diminishes me," or "This reveals something bad about who I am." Without that conclusion, the insult has nowhere to attach. The Stoic method begins here, at the moment interpretation tries to form. The mind usually reacts instantly. Identity is threatened. Ego tightens. Emotion surges. The body prepares to defend. This happens so fast that it feels automatic. But inside that speed is a choice point. The same silent moment the Stoics always return to. Instead of asking, "How dare they say that?" the Stoic mind asks, "Is this true?" Or more importantly, "Does this opinion have authority over my character?" Most insults collapse under this question. They are opinions, projections, attempts to provoke reaction, not facts. The Stoics believed that character is internal. It cannot be damaged by words, only by your own actions. Once this is understood, insults lose their power. They become noise instead of injury. Another Stoic approach is neutrality. You describe the insult without emotional coloring. Someone expressed a negative opinion. That description does not invite anger. It does not invite shame. It does not escalate. The body remains calmer because the mind did not frame the event as a threat. This does not mean pretending not to hear. It means refusing to personalize. When you stop taking the insult as a statement about your worth, the emotional charge dissolves. The Stoics also recognize that insults often reveal more about the speaker than the target. People insult from insecurity, frustration, ignorance, or pain. Seeing this does not excuse the behavior, but it removes the need to absorb it. The mind stays clear instead of reactive. Another key element is withholding immediate response. Silence disarms many insults, not because silence is submission, but because it denies the insult its goal. Most insults seek reaction. When none appears, the energy collapses. If response is necessary, the Stoics advised responding without judgment. Calm, brief, grounded. No defense, no counterattack. This confuses aggression because it cannot find resistance to push against. The insult loses momentum because it was never allowed to become emotional reality. The Stoics also practiced internal distancing. Instead of merging with the insult, they observed it. An attempt to provoke is happening. This mental framing creates distance. Distance reduces impact. You are no longer inside the insult. You are watching it. Over time, This practice retrains the nervous system. The body learns that words are not danger. It stops triggering fight or flight. The emotional response weakens naturally. This does not mean becoming passive or allowing disrespect repeatedly. Boundaries still matter. But boundaries set from clarity are firm without being reactive. You can address behavior without internal disturbance. The Stoics distinguished between harm and offense. Harm requires damage. Offense requires agreement. When you stop agreeing with the insult's meaning, offense disappears. This method also protects dignity. When you react emotionally, the insult controls you. When you remain neutral, control stays with you. That composure is not arrogance, it is sovereignty. At first, this feels difficult. The ego wants to respond. The body wants release. But each time you interrupt the process at the judgment level, you weaken the old pattern. Insults begin to feel less personal, less urgent. Eventually, something changes. Words that once stung now pass through. Not because you became numb, but because you became clear. You no longer confuse opinion with truth. The Stoics believed that true strength is not in striking back, but in remaining unshaken. Not because you are above others, but because you are anchored in yourself. When insults no longer disturb you, it is not because the world became kinder. It is because you stopped handing others the power to define your inner state. And in that freedom, peace becomes resilient. It does not depend on how others speak. It depends on how you interpret. That is the Stoic method. Neutralize harm at the judgment level, and the insult never becomes more than sound in the air. Disturbance was never the enemy. It was the signal. Again and again, every lesson returned to the same quiet truth. Nothing outside of you has the power you thought it did. Not events, not people, not the past, not the future. What shapes your inner world is the meaning you attach, the judgments you accept, the stories you repeat without noticing. When judgment loosens, the mind rests. When interpretation softens, emotions settle. When you stop fighting reality, peace stops running from you. The Stoics did not promise an easy life. They promised a clear one. A life where you meet what happens without adding extra weight. Where pain is allowed, but suffering is optional. Where calm is not forced, but uncovered beneath layers of habit. And the moment you truly see this, something shifts. You stop reacting so quickly. You breathe a little deeper. You realize peace was never missing. It was buried under judgments you learned, not truths you chose. Before you go, take a second and leave a comment. Write just one word that stayed with you from this lesson. One insight that made you pause. That comment is not for me. It's for you. A marker of awareness. If this helped you see your mind more clearly, subscribe to the channel. Not for content, but for reminders. Reminders to return to clarity when judgment tries to take over again. Because peace isn't found by changing the world. It's found the moment you stop letting the world decide who you are inside.